Once again, thanks to all of you taking part in the fan walk, but all good things must come to an end, and we must ask you to begin making your way back behind the pit wall, please. Fine folks here from the Speedway in the yellow shirts will be happy to direct you in the correct direction. But again, we do need you to clear the grid, please, so we can make ready for our opening ceremony. Thanks again for taking part in the fan walk, and if you're here tomorrow, plan to do it again about the same time. Watch yourselves, folks. Safety car coming through. Welcome to the World Center of Racing, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we welcome all of you joining us here at the track and everyone joining us on the stream, as we're so happy to have you at youtube.com/SpeedTour TV, as we're kicking off the opening ceremonies for our first Formula Regional Americas race of the weekend. If you would please rise if you're able and remove your cover for our invocation delivered by Landon Matriano-Lim.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day and the opportunity to be here at the racing capital of the world. We could not be here without you today, along with all the support from our friends and family and all the staff and crew who make this possible. We are all here surrounded by what we love. We're all here to have a wonderful time today, full of good, hard competition. Lord, I pray that you watch over us, help keep everyone safe today, and help us to remember our true purpose and give glory to you in everything that we do. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you, Landon. And now for our national anthem, can I introduce Eric Whitnable?
Oh, say, can you see by the the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Eric Whitnable, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. Drivers, to your cars, please. Drivers, to your cars at this time. It is now my honor to introduce our Grand Marshal. We have just a few minutes to fill while the drivers are getting ready. I don't think there's a race fan alive who doesn't know who Lynn St. James is, and we are so glad to have you with us on the anniversary of your 50th year doing racing. Amazing.
Well, it's always a joy and a pleasure and an honor to be at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but to be able to see the fans have always loved coming here, but I think to be able to see these future professional race car drivers that have careers ahead of them, and to see the fans engage with new drivers, and it's just it's really just a special moment. Really, it is. And 50 years, I don't know. I don't like to talk about it, but I guess you only have a 50th anniversary once in your career, right? And this is mine.
Exactly. Of course, you were the Rookie of the Year here in 1992, if memory serves. You qualified for the race 7 times, top finish of 6th. Am I right?
Top qualifying of 6th, finishing of 11th. You had me thinking for a minute.
Yeah, me too.
Outside second row. That sounds so much better than just 6th.
Exactly. And of course, you won Daytona twice. You won Sebring. You were in 50-some Trans Am races, over 60 IMSA races with like 6 wins. You've had a career.
I've been very blessed to be in a lot of great race cars with a lot of great race car teams, a lot of great team owners and crew members. It's all about the people. No matter, as drivers, we always think it's always about getting the best car, right? But it's really about working with the best people and getting the best out of them and having them hope that they get the best out of you. And you build on that. And that's where I've been really fortunate to have is people that believed in me and gave me the best they could and helped me better. And I continue to try to help make others be better by sharing my knowledge and experience. It still has some relativity, but to bring other women and other experts, we need allies. We need everybody on the same page to help grow our sport, and that's what's happening, and it's just fantastic to be a part of it.
Let's talk a little bit about WIMNA that you founded with Beth Peretta, and Kim McCullough is one of your board members. She's part of our staff as well. I think, as we said off mic earlier, the timing is just right for all these women getting into motorsports.
It is. There have really been a lot of women very successful in motorsports for a long time. I mean, Kim McCullough did have a great career, but she always either sat behind the desk or hid behind, the work that she did. And what we're trying to do with Women in Motorsports North America, WIMNA, is to bring these women out and to be able to let them be role models to show what's possible. And that's happening all over the country. It's happening at racetracks. It's happening at sanctioning bodies. It's happening everywhere. And it is now is the time. I mean, I think people want this sport to grow. The more women we can bring in and the more diversity, then the more the sport is going to grow, or the more the industry's going to, the fans are going to love it, sponsors are going to want to be a part of it, and it's going to be how the sport grows.
Have you worked with Susie Wolf at all with the Formula One Academy?
Actually, I have. I met Susie 20 years ago when she was one of the top female race car drivers in Formula cars. and I've watched it progress, and she went through into sports cars and all that. So we didn't necessarily stay in touch, but obviously now that she's heading up the F1 Academy, we are working together to try to make sure that we can bring more of the American drivers, young American drivers, give them the opportunity to go over and run in the F1 Academy. And
speaking of WIMNA, the Drivers Summit coming up in December right here in Indianapolis, I understand.
You're giving me a chance to promote. Yes.
I'm doing my best.
On December 9, 10, and 11, we'll have our Women in Motorsports Women with Drive Summit, hosted by, driven by Mobile One and hosted by Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the PRI show. It's part of that. So
I was going to say that sounds to me like it coincides with PRI.
It's perfect timing. The industry, again, talking about the industry, the timing, the PRI wants us to be a part of their organization and their event, and that's what everybody in the industry is in Indianapolis, so we're going to be a part of that. And we're going to have a breakfast at the Brickyard so that I found out that they don't turn the heat on in December around here, so we wanted to make sure that we could get here, and then we'll go back down to the convention center.
Okay, I'm going to pull a Dave Despain on you. You're looking over your career, racing or otherwise. What are you most proud of?
That I'm still here and that people care. Thank you.
Lynn St. James, ladies and gentlemen, our Grand Marshal. She'll have the most famous words in motorsports in just a few minutes as we're counting down to get this show underway. It is time to get the show on the road with the most famous words in all of sport, not just motorsports. Once again, our Grand Marshal, Lynn St. James.
Drivers, start your engines!
Well done, Lynn. Thank you so much. I'm going to make my way up to the commentary position. We'll join you on the stream as our first race of the weekend just about to get underway. As I've taken my position here in the pagoda overlooking the Yard of Bricks, let's introduce the starting grid officially as they make their way around the track for their formation lap. Again, we do a Formula One style standing start. Starting on the outside of row 7, the 07 of Anthony Autilio out of Cranston, Rhode Island for Momentum Motorsports. Next to him, the other Masters competitor in the field,
Car number 24 is Kevin Jansen from Deerfield Beach, Florida. Kevin sponsored by U.S. Power Group and Data Center Solutions for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. In row 6, car 77, James Lawley from Halifax, Canada, for the Kartbahn Racing sponsored team at Atlantic Racing. Next to him, car number 17, Justin Garrett from Miami, Florida, for the Speed Factory. In row 5 on the outside, car number 25, Rico Slauman from Los Angeles, California, for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Next to him, the only female in the field, car number 6, Nicole Haverda from Courtenay, British Columbia. She's sponsored by Valley Kitchens and Colonial Countertops for Crosslink Kiwi. In row 4, we affectionately call it the Louisiana fourth row, is car number 73, Landon Matriano Lim, who delivered our invocation. He's from Shreveport, Louisiana, sponsored by 739 Racing for Crosslink Kiwi. And alongside him, the number 22 of Hayden Bowlesby from Folsom, Louisiana, for IGY6 Motorsports, sponsored by Save 22. In row 3 on the outside, car number 02 is Jet Bowling from Dallas, Texas, for Crosslink Kiwi. And next to him, on debut this weekend, car number 1, Theodore Jensen from Randers in Denmark, for Jensen Global Advisors. In row 2, car number 55, Nico Ambiato from Santiago, Chile. Nico for the T-Link Allegro-sponsored machine for Velox USA and the Speed Factory. Next to him, car number 31 is Titus Sherlock from Prosper, Texas. Titus drives for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. And on the front row, car number 66, Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas, for Crosslink Kiwi, and our pole sitter and the defending US F4 champion, Patrick Woods-Toth from Saint-Lazare, Quebec, for Crosslink Kiwi. As the field rolling into position here in front of us, as the cars coming to a stop in their grid positions, crew members can coach their drivers into their grid box, and then they must vacate the pit wall. And the grid is full. Green lights will be illuminated on the starting box to indicate that the grid is ready. The light sequence will begin. 5 red lights counting down. And they are out, and we are away. And everybody gets away cleanly. No stalls on the front straight. That's good to see. And the 2 Crosslink Kiwi teammates go line astern as they head down toward turn number 1. Patrick Woods-Toth. And sweeping around the outside is Titus Sherlock. Titus said he was going to try to get a good start, as he's got his 2 teammates right in front of him, Ryan Sheehan and Woods-Toth. Theodore Jensen right behind in that number 1, making his first start as they sweep through turn 4 for the first time. Getting through this really quick chicane at 4 and 5 onto the Holman Straight. And coming up on another great passing opportunity. As you see the speed shot as they come under the walkover bridge. And then right down into turn 7. Side by side are Ryan Sheehan and Patrick Woods-Toth. Ryan, I believe, with the point now as they work their way through turns 8 and 9. Through the sweeping turn 10, and then it's foot to the floor all the way through this right-hand sweeper at turn 11, up onto the oval, and then a hard braking zone at turn 12 for the right-hander. And down they go. Jensen right in there. Landon Matriano Lim, or Nico Ambiato, excuse me, just behind him, as they work their way onto the front straightaway for the first time. Again, this is a timed race of 30 minutes duration. And across the stripe comes Patrick Woods-Toth as our leader. Ryan Sheehan in second. Titus Sherlock in third. Theodore Jensen in fourth. Ambiato, Jet Bowling, Landon Matriano Lim, Nicola Verda, Justin Garrett, and Rico Slauman in the final points-paying position. We use the FIA standard points table with 25 points for a win, 18 for second, 15 for third, all the way down to a single point for 10th place. There are no bonus points for leading laps or leading the most laps or pole. It's strictly finishing position to determine your points tally at the end of the season. In this championship, the top 9 drivers are awarded FIA Super License points, as if they make their plans to climb to the top step of the FIA Road to Formula One ladder. Those Super License points are very, very valuable. Woods-Toth beginning to put a little distance on his teammate, Ryan Sheehan. I joked with Patrick during the fan walk to talk about the kink at Road America, and he had 2 incidents there. that cost him the opportunity to score points in 2 of the 3 races at Road America from the lead, I might add. And I'm sure he has learned from that experience. Patrick is a protege of Ron Fellows, the Canadian driver of world renown, now one of the owners of Canadian Tire Motorsports Park that we're going to visit a little later this season. Ryan Sheehan looking for a little fresh air. A good battle a little deeper in the pack. And that looks like Landon Montrano-Lim and Nicole Alverda going after it for 7th and 8th. As we stay with this battle for 3rd spot. And 4th, Theodore Jensen and Nico Ambiato. Jensen in the teal-colored and dark blue machine, and the bright orange machine of Nico Ambiato. The T-Link Allegro sponsored car for USA Velox, as the 3 Crosslink Kiwi teammates still maintain the top 3 positions. There's Theodore Jensen as we solo with him, and Nico Ambiato just behind him. Nico from Chile, makes his home in Santiago, lives in the Miami area during the racing season here in this country. But that's a good battle for 3rd, separated by just about 4/10 of a second at the stripe. You will find these races, especially in the Formula Regional Americas Championship, a little tactical, as these drivers need to manage their tires, especially on a hot weekend like we've got here at Indianapolis. Temperatures going to be in the high 90s tomorrow. It's definitely contingent on these drivers to maintain the tires as best they can, because they have 2 full sets of tires, 2 sets of fronts, 2 sets of rears, that have to last them the entire weekend, starting with qualifying. So they've already had a session on these tires. And then the question then becomes, what happens as the weekend wears on? Do they go for new tires at the start of race 2, or do they save them for the final race? So the team's certainly coaching their drivers to do their best to keep the Hankook slicks under them. For those of you unfamiliar with our championship, these chassis are built by Ligier Automotive North America down in Denver, North Carolina. It's a full carbon fiber composite built to FIA Formula 3 specifications, and that includes all of the safety requirements for front and rear crash structures, side impact crash structures. There's Xylon panels on the side pods of these cars to protect the drivers. As you can see, they have the Halo cockpit protection device. This was the first car in North America to adopt the Halo, as when this car made its debut back in 2018. And we're very proud to say that we were the first Formula Regional Championship worldwide, and we have continued unabated since then. The top 2 pulling away just a little bit from the 3rd place runner. Ryan Sheehan from 2nd place has just set fast lap of the race. So Ryan may be minding his tires just a bit and having something for his teammate, Patrick Woods-Toth. In the meantime, Titus Sherlock dropping a wheel off there at the exit of turn 3. As the battle we were following earlier between Jensen and Ambiato continues to be a good one. As they make their way through the chicane there at turns 5 and 6. Our 2 leaders, then Titus Sherlock, and then a little bit of a gap. At the line, it was about 2 seconds back to Theodore Jensen. And right behind Nico Ambiato is Jet Bowling in the 02 car for Crosslink Kiwi. There's our leader, Patrick Woods-Toth, in the number 27. He's bilingual, obviously, growing up in Quebec. He speaks French as well as English. And won the Radford Racing Karts to Cars Scholarship to take part in our F4 championship a year ago. He wasn't even sure at the start of the season whether or not he would have a ride in go-karting, much less in full-size race cars. He thought he'd have another year of go-karting, but ended up having the opportunity to win that scholarship and come into the F4 US Series, and he won it. 4 wins and 10 podiums. He's a driver who is pretty heady. My experience has been that he's not a win it or bin it sort of driver. He's very tactical. He's willing to do what he needs to do to keep the car under him. And if he's got a second-place car or a third-place car, then that's good enough. It's the consistency that wins championships. And last year was a good one. It went right down to the last weekend of racing. As his teammate Ryan Sheehan, who is second to him right now, was the vice champion a year ago. Titus Sherlock, who's running third right now, was the vice champion of the F4 championship a year ago. And he took the opportunity to step up to the Formula Regional Americas Championship with our powerhouse team, the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, 8 of the 14 drivers. As Kevin Jansen looks to be going slowly. James Lawley, unfortunately, has a transponder issue. The car is not tripping, timing, and scoring. And the same with Hayden Bowlesby, I believe. Getting some word that there may be a loose rear wing on Titus Sherlock's car, number 31. He's our third-place runner. Race control says the corner workers have noticed that that wing may not be secured. And if that's the case, he will be required to make a stop. But it's obviously going to cost him some downforce, and that is a penalty in its own, but they certainly don't want that wing to come detached and create a hazard for some of the other drivers. But at the moment, it looks like he's good. Titus, another Texan from the field, from Prosper, Texas. He's a 19-year-old. He won last season at New Jersey Motorsports Park and at Circuit of the Americas in the F4 championship. And again, as I mentioned, he finished second in that championship with 2 wins and 2 other podiums. Difficult to tell from our camera angle, but I don't think there's any obvious issues. But like I say, the corner workers, always eagle-eyed, did spot that and have reported it to race control. So they'll keep close eye on it. If it appears to be secure, they'll let him race. As he's got about a 3.7 second advantage over Theodore Jensen, who's in his own battle with Nico Ambiato. Just about a second separates those two. Jet Bowling, though, is making that a 3-way battle. This is the battle for 4th place. Our race director, Scott Goodyear, in radio communication with the team, asking them to have a look at that car and talk to their driver on the radio to see if there is any indication of an issue. We go back to our 4th place runner, Theodore Jensen, in that blue multicolored car. Right behind him, Nico Ambiato, the Chilean, and then right behind him, Jet Bowling in the 0-2 for Crosslink Kiwi. There's Sherlock. Here comes Theodore Jensen. There's Ambiato, and there is Jet Bowling. So Bowling closing the gap now. It was down to just about half a second a lap ago. It's ballooned back out to about a full second now. But Theodore Jensen, very impressive here in his first race with us. Running strongly in 4th position. I had a chance to chat with his team owner, Eric Jensen, by the way, no relation. And he has had a chance to do some testing with this young driver and was quite impressed with him. Theodore, unlike most of these drivers, did not come up through go-karting. He jumped right into the Danish F4 Championship in his native Denmark and had great success. 5 wins, 2 podiums in Danish F4. He's currently running in the 2024 Euro Cup Formula 3 Series. But came into car racing in 2022 with no karting, and that's really an unusual aspect. So it indicates that this young man's got some pretty good natural talent. We are getting word now that Titus Sherlock's crew is going to call him into the pits, so he's going to retire from 3rd spot so that they can make sure that wing is secure. As the corner marshals have indeed continued to report that wing appears to be loose and they don't want it to come detached, especially on the high-speed portions of this racetrack. So the Crosslink Kiwi crew will be standing by. Pit stops, of course, are not part of the plan. Only 3 members of the crew are permitted over the pit wall to work on the car at any one time. And Titus apparently got the message, and he's going to not peel off into pit lane. He's going to stay out. And yeah, from that angle, you can see that wing is sort of down on the left-hand side. It looks like one of the end plates may have become detached or has become loose. It is definitely not horizontal. It is at an angle, and that's going to create a problem. It's obviously a problem that's self-limiting. It's going to limit Titus's ability to keep the car on track and generate the kind of downforce that these cars are capable of. But the concern that the race director has communicated to the crew is that if that wing comes loose, it definitely could create a hazard for some following drivers. Theodore Jensen, though, is some 6 seconds behind this third place battle. As you can see, that interval between third and fourth is about the length of the Holman straightaway. Apparently we're getting word from the folks down on pit lane is that Titus's radio is apparently not working. Oh, and we've got a spinner at turn number 1, and I believe that's Attilio. Yeah, that's Anthony Attilio, who's had a loop there at the end of the front straightaway, but looks like he's gotten it pointed the right direction, and he has continued. He's currently running in 11th position, but I believe Kevin Jansen will have gotten by him to take over that 11th spot. And Titus finally gets the message and has come into the pit lane. So that's going to promote Theodore Jensen to the podium in his first race with us. If he can maintain that position. The car pulls in, pit crew immediately goes to work. Meanwhile, back at the front, Patrick Woods-Toth, your leader, by just under 2 seconds the last time by the stripe, working his way through turn number 4 just now. Ryan Sheehan just set his personal best on that last lap, a 23.8. Woods-Toth was at a 23.9, so they're within a tenth of each other. So no big changes in that lead interval. But now the battle that we've been watching between Jensen, Ambiato, and Bowling is a battle for a podium position. Working through 8 and 9. We're halfway home down the 30-minute race. There's the Crosslink Kiwi crew going to work. You can see they're working on the left-hand side of that wing where we saw that it seemed to have come detached. Looks like they've got it reaffixed, and they're going to send Titus on his way. And unfortunately, he's going to go a lap down for those repairs. This is not quite like Formula One where you have a 2.5 second pit stop to replace 4 tires. Unfortunately, these cars not designed for routine pit stops. And here come the leaders. And yeah, sadly, he is going to go a lap down. So that's a tough break for Titus after a good qualifying performance. Interestingly, it looks like he's going to slot into the track about where he would normally be, but unfortunately, he's about a lap down. So Theodore Jensen up onto the podium now as it stands with this race about half gone. He's 11.5 seconds behind second place running Ryan Sheehan. Jensen's last lap was a 25.1. Sheehan and Woods-Toth lapping in the high 23s. So Theodore not able to match the leader's pace at this point in time, but the race is only halfway gone. And as we said, on this hot day, and temperatures in the 90s here in Indianapolis, those tires can begin to show their age. This is a great battle now for third, fourth, and fifth. With Theodore keeping a good head about him. Nico Ambiato also has had some good success racing in his native Chile. He has multiple karting titles in South America. He also competed in the 2023 Formula Pro USA Winter Series, had a pair of wins there. So he certainly has the pedigree. Jet Bowling in the 02 car. Out of Dallas, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi. His best finish a year ago in F4 was 10th of VIR. He also raced in the Formula Pro USA Winter Series. Had 2 wins there in 2 starts. He's a freshman at Texas A&M studying engineering. This is easily the best battle on the racetrack. These 3 drivers separated by just over a second. one of the things about these Formula Regional Americas cars, they do generate significantly more downforce than their F4 USA counterparts. This is a completely different chassis. The original concept of the Formula Regional Championship was that they would just basically bolt bigger wings onto the F4 car and put the turbocharger on the motor and basically turn it into an F3 car. But once they did some mule testing with a mule car with that car, they realized that the performance potential of the car was so much greater that that takes it to another echelon of safety requirements to satisfy the FIA regulations. So they scrapped that plan and started with a clean sheet of paper for this car. As we mentioned, BJ Automotive North America was instrumental in the development of the specification for this car. As they worked closely with the FIA to make sure it met all of the FIA requirements. And those learnings were applied to the final specification that the Formula Regional Championships around the world still adhere to. But look at this great battle for the final step on the podium. The point I was trying to make about the whole aerodynamics distance is that the more downforce a car generates, the more difficult it is to follow closely, as the disturbed air coming out of that diffuser and the rear wing creates a lack of downforce for the following car. And they'll have understeer and premature front tire wear as the car will be sliding more. So the drivers have to be very, very tactical as to where they make their passes, as it can't be a tuck under the gearbox and hope for the best kind of situation. They really need to plan ahead, and that's what this championship is all about. It's the next step on the ladder for these youngsters to learn their racecraft, learn what it's like to drive a high downforce race car. And these cars are significantly quicker than the F4 cars. The F4 car, even the new F4 car, which we just debuted this season, the Ligier JS F422, is depending on the track about 5 to 6 to 8 seconds a lap slower than this car. It has a less powerful motor, of course, but the big change is the downforce, as the wings at both ends of this car are significantly bigger. And there's a huge diffuser at the back of this car that helps accelerate that air under the car, which generates that negative pressure zone that creates the ground effect, if you will, that sucks the car down to the ground, using the atmospheric pressure to generate more traction so the car can corner more acutely. But obviously that comes with a penalty because it generates more drag as the car has to push that aerodynamic apparatus through the air, and that robs it of some straight line speed. Theodore Jensen, though, feeling the pressure from behind, just as it looked like Ambiato was mounting a challenge. Looks like Jensen's been able to turn up the wick just a little bit. We're watching the 24 of Kevin Jansen. And go back to our leader, our lead duo, should we say, Ryan Sheehan with the red highlights on the wing. Woods Toth with the all-black livery. Ryan ran a totally gold race car a year ago, which made him real easy to pick out of the crowd. There's Landon Matriano Lim with Justin Garrett just behind him and Rico Slauman just behind him. So we've got another great three-way battle. This is for 7th, 8th, and 9th position. 6th, 7th, and 8th. I'll get it right. And Matriano Lim delivered our invocation at our opening ceremonies. He's a very loquacious youngster from Shreveport. Last year in the F4 Championship, he won the Omologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award. It's a new award that we award to the driver who has made up the most positions from his starting position to his finishing position over the course of the season. And Landon did that, some 60 overtakes over the course of the year, and he won that award, and interestingly, never scored a point never scored in the top 10 in the entire season, but yet made the most overtakes. So didn't have the car under him to, qualify far enough up the order, but he certainly showed that he had the racecraft to make some passes. And good on him as we turn back to this battle for the final step on the podium. Theodore Jensen. Oh, and looks like a little bobble for Nico Ambiato, and that's opened the door for Jet Bowling to draft past him in the run down toward turn 12. And that's it. We have a new fourth-place runner. You can see these cars really struggling for traction. It's just a little bit of a bobble there as they come to the line. There is Jensen, now the 0-2 of Bowling. Then Nico Ambiato back to fifth. Ambiato's car just suddenly slowed there in the run up toward turn 10. I don't know whether he missed a shift. These cars have a Sadev sequential 6-speed gearbox. Paddle shifters on the wheel, of course. It is pneumatically actuated, and it's possible, as with any sequential gearbox, to get a false neutral or something like that. So that's just conjecture on my part, but potentially could be the problem. As we go back to the lead battle now between Woods Toth and Ryan Sheehan. Patrick has been able to open up about a 1.5 second advantage over his teammate as they drop down into turn 12. Now the left-hander at 13, and then, like I say, it's a flat-to-the-floor affair from this point forward to the end of the front straightaway as they come right out to the edge of the track, using up all of the radius of that final turn. Just about 6 minutes remain in this one. As we watch Ryan Sheehan negotiate the first couple of turns. Right out to the edge of the Gator's Teeth. Track limits are watched by race control, and these drivers can be penalized if they exceed track limits. That's basically all four wheels off the racing surface. You can have your outside wheels up on the curbing, but if you get all four wheels outside the white line, which demarcates the edge of the track, then penalties can be assessed. Either time penalties or grid penalties for the next race. Checking lap times, Woods Toth's last lap was a 24 flat. Ryan Sheehan a marginally quicker at a 23.7. So Woods Toth may well be in management mode, realizing he's got a reasonably comfortable lead. Just under 5 minutes remain in this one. As the clock counts down, we'll see the white flag when there is less than a minute and a half remaining, thereabouts. But look at the lead these gentlemen have built up over Theodore Jensen, who's had a battle of his own with the retirement of Titus Sherlock. Titus outside the points peg positions in 12th, unfortunately a lap down. Theodore Jensen just now coming by. Jed Bowling right on his heels, so Bowling is acting like he would like to have in that third place spot. So we'll keep an eye on the 0-2 of Jed Bowling running in fourth. Closing down on Theodore Jensen, trying to pull the trigger here. Nico Ambiato, after losing that spot, is about 2 seconds up the road in fifth. We'll keep an eye on this lead battle. Once again, Landon Montriano Lim with Rico Slauman and Nicole Averda. And Averda gets around Rico Slauman to move up into 8th position. So Nicole Averda moving up one spot. She qualified in 9th position, so she's up one from where she qualified. Now the battle for the final step on the podium. As Theodore Jensen has got Jed Bowling filling his mirrors now with about 3.5 minutes remaining. Bowling gets a great run out of turn 11, or through turn 11, down into turn 12. Jensen having to be a little defensive with his line. That's going to cost him some exit speed, and this is a very important corner because it leads onto this long straightaway. And Bowling is right there. Notice how he offsets the car a little bit, trying to keep air on that front wing, so he's still got some traction. Now he can tuck into the draft and get just as close as he dares. And then when he gets to the end of the straightaway, he might pop out and make a move. He's going to have about 2 laps to do it. We haven't seen the white yet. We might see it next time. There he goes, trying to go a little deeper on the brakes, but Jensen's able to hold him off. And we're getting confirmation from timing and scoring that we will see the white flag next time by. Jed Bowling looking for a podium. It would be his first if he's able to do so. His best finish so far this season has been a pair of fifths at New Orleans, Louisiana. Here he comes down into turn 7, another great passing opportunity, and they've got some traffic in front of them. That's Kevin Jansen about to go a lap down. So let's see, the traffic can sometimes be an advantage for the leading car, but sometimes for the following car. Here they come. Bowling gets a good run. Here he is through turn 11. This is where he was really strong a lap ago. Once again, offsetting the car a little bit, getting some air on the nose. Jensen has to be a bit defensive. That should give Bowling another good run here. White flag is in the air as our leaders come by. Oh, right out to the edge goes Theodore Jensen as he carried a little too much speed. He kept it off the wall, but now they are side by side. This is the battle for the final step on the podium. They've got traffic in front. Jensen trying to throw the block as Jed Bowling tries to get alongside on the final lap here. And again, Kevin Jansen just in front of them. Not a part of this battle, but certainly can play a part. Jansen being a good sportsman and letting these two come through. But that definitely cost Bowling a little exit speed, so he has lost some ground. And that little encounter there with the lap traffic may have been all that Theodore Jensen needed. But boy, he came close to kissing the wall coming onto the front straightaway. There they go through turn number 7. They've just got the little chicane at 8 and 9. All the while, our leaders coming onto the front straightaway. Patrick Woods-Toth, win number 3 on the season, will retake the points lead. His teammate Ryan Sheehan finishing in second spot. But now let's see that battle for third as they come into turn 12 for the final time at speed. Bowling not as close as he was a lap ago, but this is where Jensen made that mistake. And again, it might have been traffic related, but he was just a little bit too wide coming off of this turn and got right up against the wall. Once again, just a little wiggle as he's trying to use all the track. Bowling hard on the accelerator, but he can't quite catch him. Theodore Jensen on the podium in his first race. What a great debut for this youngster from Denmark. Jed Bowling finishing 4th. Still waiting for Nico Ambiato. There he is across the line. He'll finish in 5th position. 6th goes to Justin Garrett. 7th to Landon Matriano Lynn. Nicola Verda hangs on for an 8th place finish. Rico Slauman finishing in 9th spot. Anthony Autilio, despite his spin, is able to hold off the challenge from Kevin Jansen, and he will take the Masters win for this race. Titus Sherlock finishing a lap down to the leaders in 12th position. Hayden Bowlesby and James Lawley, both with issues with their transponder, will be scored 13th and 14th. I'm going to say goodbye to the stream for a moment because I have to run downstairs to the podium to officiate that, but we will be back with you with our next race coming up in just about 10 minutes time, and that is for groups SVRA Groups 1, 3, and 4, scheduled to take the green at 1:50. So enjoy the stream. We'll be back with you at 1:50 or shortly thereafter as I finish up the podium ceremonies for Formula Region America's round number 7 on the season. Obviously, there was a little trouble in front of you, which gave you that, but you had all you could handle with Jet coming to the line.
Yeah, it was a tough race, but big gap, I think, to the P2, but yeah, did what I could.
On the white flag lap, it looks like you almost brushed the wall coming onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, the 2 laps left, I had crazy overs the end of the last corner, almost touched the wall, but close one. But
anybody you'd like to thank for your first ever podium?
Yeah, so thank you to Jensen, Eric, and for a good job, and also my coach Bailey. So, yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Podium all day here, ladies and gentlemen. Theodore Jensen. Let's bring up our second place finisher. He now has 3 podiums and a win this year, Ryan Sheehan. Congratulations. It looked to me at the end that he was fading a little bit and you were gaining on him.
Yeah, I think we kind of swapped places throughout the race. I think I was a bit quicker at the start, and then he pulled away a bit, and then at the end started to catch back up. But yeah, it was a good race overall. Just managing a lot of things, engine temps, tires, all of that. So happy with the second.
Anybody to thank?
Yeah, the whole Crossing Kiwi team, my parents, my sponsors, Sawbelt, Harrison Noel, Goose Creek. Big thanks to them.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Second place finish for Ryan Sheehan, ladies and gentlemen. Now with 2 podiums and 3 wins on the season, your new points leader, Patrick Woods-Toff. Oh, you're going to make me do that. Okay, that's fine. Patrick, it was a good one. It looked like you controlled the pace most of the way, but as I was telling Ryan, it looked like you were having a little trouble at the end.
Yeah, we just had to manage the tires and the engine. It's really hot, so everything's just fading away as you drive. But Ryan gave me a hard battle the whole time, keeping me on my toes, and couldn't relax for the whole 35 minutes. I was sweating a lot, but luckily we came in with the win, so good day.
Those of you from north of the border probably aren't used to this heat, right?
Well, it's hot there like this now, but yeah, I'm used to the cold weather for sure.
Anybody to thank?
Yes, of course. Crossing Kiwi, we've had a great car all season so far, and they've been working really hard, staying late, making seats and everything. So thank you to them, and of course my sponsors, Orlando, FSMQ, Ron Fellows, and all my family and friends back home.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new points leader, Patrick Woods-Toff. We now begin the part of the podium celebration that we affectionately call the hat dance, as we want to get photos for all of our sponsors. The drivers with Ligier hats on as they approach the podium. Now we thank Hankook, our tire supplier. Danny Von Dongen, the man who runs Hankook North America, keeps it happening. And we thank him for all the hard work he does. Okay, folks, time for the champagne celebration. It's actually sparkling water. Not all these drivers are 21. Let's have one more round of applause for Theodore Jensen, Ryan Sheehan, and Patrick Woods-Toff. Welcome back to all of you joining us on the stream. Thanks to the friends at Live Race Services for providing these great images as they were pressed into service to make this stream possible on youtube.com/SpeedTourTV. As the field making its way around behind the safety car for our first SVRA race of the afternoon. And this is for groups 1, 3, and 4. Group 1 normally would be our small bore class, but we've combined it with Group 3 as well as I think we have a single Group 4 car in the field. The vast majority of these cars up at the front are all Formula Firsts, which is basically a second-generation Formula V utilizing the more contemporary 1.6-liter Boxer 4 air-cooled engine from Volkswagen. Uses a dry sump lubrication system. It has disc brakes rather than drum brakes, rack and pinion steering rather than the recirculating ball steering on the Volkswagen. Remember that a Formula V is basically a bug with a racing body on it. And it's been around. It's the longest continuously running race class in the country. Formula Vs were at the very first SCCA runoffs and have still generate a big field of cars each year at the runoffs. And so Formula First was an opportunity to try to modernize those cars just a little bit. We've got a huge starting grid. Let me introduce them to you. Starting 15th is the number 35 of Daniel Persson in a Formula V. The of David McMasters. In row 16, car 76 is Steve Theobald. The 0 next to him is Donald O'Keefe Jr. In row 15, car 112, Hunter Barron, next to the 84 of Barry Schwartzlos. In row 14, car 98 is Jason White. Car 49 is Stephen Hild. Row 13, the 18 of Pierce Crone and the 32B of Elliot O. Barron. His father, Elliot J. Barron, starts outside of row 12 in the 23 car. The 92 is Eric Kopic. Then we go to row 11, the 32 of Bill Weisskopf and the 57 of Richard Weisskopf. Now we move forward into row number 10. Car number 8 is David Boffman. The 71 is Lowell Houston. In row 9, car 24, Bill Trefford, and the 52 of Adam Ackley. Row 8, the 44 of Alan Good, and the 77 of Alan Schomer. Row 7, the 19 of Jeff Rapp, and the 23A of Michael Levesque. Row 6, car number 7, John Nash, the highest placed tin top in the field. Then the 57 of Sam Farmiga. In row 5, car 7A is Jamie Monahan. Car 4J is Justin Westerfield. In row 4, the 96 of Preston Taylor and the 11 of Doug Ostelhoff. Row 3, the 37 of James Monahan and the 47 of Robert Clark. Row 2, the 32A of Matthew Syme and the 16 of George Podgorski. And on the front row, car number 2 is Sean Westerfield and the pole sitter, car number 5, Doug Syme. Out of breath, but I made it. We got through them all. This is our biggest field of race cars. We've got 35. Oh, and I forgot. There's a second page. Craig Klinger is in the number 74 in the 42nd starting position. Number 10 is Laura Romney next to Edward Jones in the 17. Mark LaBelle in the 459. John Todd in the 57A. The 141 of Donald Rassingham and the 111 of Michael Leto. As the first wave, which are the Formula First cars, been released, and they are making their way through turn number 1. Doug Syme and Sean Westerfield doing battle. Now for the second wave, which includes the Group 3 cars. John Nash in that silver Lotus Super 7 will be the one to watch, and right behind him, Michael Levesque in that red Chevy Corvair. Just behind him is the only Miata in the field, Alan Schomer in the number 77. And finally, the third wave of Formula V's gets the green flag. So this is a three-wave start. As you can see, the Yenko Stinger, that white Corvair with the blue stripes, obviously had a problem on the pace lap, and he is quickly trying to catch up with the field. He's already in front of the Formula V's, but he's going to have to hustle to catch up to the back of the Group 3 field just in front of him. Turning our attention back to the front. Doug Syme and Sean Westerfield with George Podgorski. Matthew Syme in the yellow car, I think, is up into second spot. We'll sort them as they come across the stripe here, down into turn 12 for the first time. These Formula Firsts are basically Formula V chassis with some upgrades to the suspension, the brakes. The engine is a big point, but basically a lot of these cars started their life as a Formula V and then were upgraded or evolved into a Formula First. try to extend the life of this class. As the yellow car falling off the pace, as we may have a problem already, as he tries to slot into about 5th position. It is Sean Westerfield at the point. Doug Syme in 2nd, George Podgorski in 3rd, Justin Westerfield in the 4th spot. Robert Clark, Matthew Syme, Jamie Monahan, Sam Farmiga, and Doug Ostelhoff, your top 10. As here comes the leader of the Group 3 field, and no surprise, it is John Nash in that Lotus Super 7. He is most likely the fastest car in the field, and he'll do his best to overhaul the cars in front of him. But there's another Lotus right behind him. That's Adam Ackley in the number 52. Alan Schomer in the Miata is in 3rd spot in the 77. Bill Treffert in the only Group 4 car. That is a Chevrolet Corvette. That's a C1 Corvette for Treffert. 1960 Chevy Corvette. It was late in the C1 era because it's got the quad headlights. As the Formula V lead is also under contention. As the first V across the line is Elliott O'Barron in that silver Pegasus. That's a one-off that Elliott is driving. And Elliott J. Barron, his son, is in the 23, the silver and yellow Pegasus. Excuse me, Elliott O is the son. The 32B is the red zinc. Elliott J. is the father in that silver Pegasus. Hunter Barron, his other son, in the 112, is back about a handful of places. But you get a look at Nash, John Nash, in that beautiful Lotus Super 7. His qualifying time was a 1:47.3, and only a couple of the Formula First cars, the ones at the front, Doug Syme and Sean Westerfield, as quick. And look at those two coming across the line side by side. 5 1/1000ths of a second separates first from second after just 2 laps. Sean Westerfield and Doug Syme setting the fast lap of the race in the early going here. Still side by side. Westerfield in the white car, Syme in the blue and pink machine. Oh, and we've got a spinner. One of the Formula Vs looks to have gone around there at turn 1. Covering that with a waving yellow flag for the upcoming drivers. As the rest of the Formula V field. There he goes. He got it back underway. That's a good sign. I believe that's the number 10, if I read it correctly. That's Laura Romney in the Auto Dynamics Mark IV. One of Ray Caldwell's designs. Laura's doing a good job of making sure she's got a safe place to re-enter the track. Here's the Yenko Stinger of Michael Levesque, the white 23A. There's a good Formula V battle brewing. Elliott J. Barron out in front just a bit. Elliott O. just behind. Here's Lowell Houston in the number 71 Datsun 510. Lowell works for us at the Formula Regional Americas Tech Shed as one of our technical supervisors, and gets an opportunity when we run along with SVRA to dig out his old 510 and do a little racing with that as well. As the battle to the line comes in once again, 44 thousandths of a second separates Doug Syme and Sean Westerfield. Syme in the blue and pink Mysterian out in front by a nose, but the fastest car on track is Robert Clark, who's third in the number 47 yellow Adams Acer. Battles going on all up and down the race course. And of course, these Formula Vs and Formula Firsts, they can slice and dice and run wheel to wheel and nose to tail, as they have no aerodynamic wash to contend with. These cars don't lose their grip when they run closely behind. Look at that, tucking right on the gearbox as they work their way. It's the 112, I believe, just behind. I might have misidentified that as they work their way up onto the banking and then back down through turn number 12. So again, all of these classes running for honors within their own class, especially with these split starts. It's not so much about the overall. The cars in the lead wave you would expect would finish well in the overall, but they're really battling for other drivers in cars in the same class, and there are, of course, multiple classes in each of these. The Formula Firsts are all one class, so those 11 cars are all vying for the honors. But in the Group 3, there's 3 C production, D production, the NB Miatas. There's a B sedan, that's Lowell Houston. Then there's a single Group 4 car. And the Group 1 Legrand Sports Racer of David Boffman. There's the 1 C sedan of Bill Weiskopf. There's the Formula V's then with Eric Kopic starting from the pole and the 2 Barons right behind him. And once again, the 3 C production number 7 of John Nash has caught most of the Formula First field. He's gradually working his way through it. That's the 56 of Sam Farmiga that he's just now gotten by, so he's picking his way through the Formula First runners. Deeper in the pack, a good Formula V battle, the 49 car at the head of that. Stephen Hild in the RCA Formula V. RCA stands for Race Car Associates. Barry Schwartzlos right behind him in the 84 Autodynamics. And here comes the Yanko Stinger. Don Yanko was a Chevrolet dealer and wanted to enter his tricked out Corvair into a racing series that required, I believe it was Trans Am back in the day, the under 2-liter Trans Am class, that required that a certain number of cars be homologated in order to classify it as a race car. And Chevrolet didn't want anything to do with it because this was in the era of Ralph Nader and Unsafe at Indy Speed, blah, blah, blah. So Yanko said, well, okay, I will unbadge these as Corvairs and I will rebadge them as Yanko Stingers. And his crew did a lot of work to get that car to be a bit racier, and he built 10 of them, or whatever the minimum number was, to meet the homologation requirements. And a legend was born. Just about 12 and a half minutes remain in this one. As we watch that battle with the 49 of Stephen Hild. That is 20th overall. Hild is currently running 5th in Formula V. Here's Krohn right behind him. Hunter Barron in the yellow Formula V, the 112, just behind him. Oh, and the Miata goes wide. Just as the Yanko Stinger was catching up with the 77 of Alan Schomer. He felt the pressure and went a little bit wide at the exit of turn 7, but he's kept it together. So Michael Levesque in the 23A continues to work his way forward. He and Jeff Rapp are in the same class, but Rapp had a problem on the first lap in his red Corvair and did not continue. So Levesque all by himself, but he's just trying to overcome whatever problems he had on the opening lap and get as far forward as he can. Great battle coming down the front straightaway here with a Triumph TR4 just behind him. That's Alan Good in the number 44 Triumph. Alan's running in 18th position, and just in front of him are the leaders in Formula V. Elliot O'Barron in the red Zinc, Elliot J in that silver Pegasus, and Eric Kopic in the white Lynx. We head back to the front of the Group 3 wave. It's the 52 of Adam Ackley. He's running second in the Formula 3 wave, or the Group 3 wave, with that Lotus Super 7. Alan Schomer in the Miata is just ahead of him. Michael Levesque in the Corvair, the Yenko Stinger, is up to 11th overall, just in front of him. But John Nash in that Super 7, running 9th overall, is the leader in the cars with fenders. Oh, we got a slow-moving, I believe that's the Corvette. It is. It's the Group 4 Corvette, the oldest car in the field, the 1960 Corvette. Oh, and he spins it. Treffert goes around. Got on the pedal, loud pedal, a little bit too soon. He's got to be careful not to spin it again in the grass. It's going to cost him a few positions, but as the only Group 4 car in the field, he's guaranteed a ribbon if he can get it to the end. Now we go back to John Nash as he's got a group of hungry Formula Firsts right behind him. Nash in 9th overall. I believe that's Sam Farmiga just behind him. Thinking about giving chase. They go 3 wide just behind John Nash. Sam Farmiga in the 56. Michael Levesque in the Corvair. Here's the 5 running slowly. That's Doug Syme. He was among the leaders. Syme in the Formula First number 5 fading here with a problem. As we go back to the sharp edge of the field, the George Podgorski, I believe, in the blue car, Justin Westerfield in the white one, I believe, as they work their way. Here comes Michael Levesque in the Yenko, continuing to pick his way as far forward as he can get. Just about 8 minutes remaining as the field continues to work its way around this racetrack. A big field of cars kind of spreading themselves out. Just a little puff of smoke from that number 76 of Steve Theobald in his Lynx Formula V. Theobald's back in 24th position, but running in the top 10 of the Vs. Once again, we zoom in on Stephen Hild in that RCA Formula V. Hild running in 20th right now. Just behind him is Pierce Crone in the Zinc. Actually, that's the intramural battle between the Barons, I believe. That's Elliott J. in the Pegasus and Elliott O. in the red Zinc. And they go side by side in the run down toward turn 7. And that is the battle for the lead in Formula V. .57A of John Todd and his Lynx. Back just a bit. Doug Syme continues to fade as he has worked his way backwards, unfortunately, with that car not giving him what he needs. White flag being shown as we're into the final laps of this one. Justin Westerfield at the front. Robert Clark in the Adams Acer. Just about 5 seconds out in front of Westerfield. George Podgorski just behind him. Matthew Syme in the yellow Evolution. James Monahan in the blue Evolution in 5th. And John Nash in that Lotus up to 6th overall. There's Nash working his way through some more of the Formula First cars. And a car going wide off the grass there. I think that might be Elliott J. Barron. That looks like the Pegasus. It's very low slung in the front and the yellow suspension. It is. So Elliott J. Barron, the father of Elliott O. and Hunter, giving a wave to the cars going by him. So I think he's got a little grass or dirt on those tires. He's a good sportsman, so he waves the cars around him. Meanwhile, the 47 of Robert Clark, that's your overall leader, coming to the line. And he takes the checkered flag with a fist pump. Robert Clark takes the win. 4:59 is a lap down. Justin Westerfield comes across to take second. Margin of victory, 5.6 seconds. George Podgorski just holds off Matthew Syme for third. Matthew Syme across in fourth. James Monahan in the 37 takes fifth place honors. Next up should be John Nash in the Lotus. There's the lapped car. There's Nash as he's working his way forward. Nash takes the honors in sixth and the win in 3C production. Looking for Jamie Monahan next in the number 7A. There's Jamie across the line. Sam Farmiga in the number 56. Green, black, and red Acer Mark II should be next across the line. There he is. Farmiga takes the checkered flag. And I believe we have the lapped car, the number 15. There's Michael Levesque in the Corvair, should be next, working his way from the very back of the pack in the 40s up into ninth spot if he can get it to the line. And here he comes. Yenko Stinger takes ninth position. And a good run at the line. Alan Schomer should be next across the stripe in the number 77 Miata. There he is as he takes 10th place honors. So let's do a quick class rundown for you. In Formula First, Robert Clark in the 47, Justin Westerfield in the 4J, and George Podgorski in the 16 are your top three. In 3C production, John Nash, your winner, in the number 7, Adam Ackley in the 52, finishing second, Alan Good in the 44, your third place runner in the Triumph. In Formula V, Elliott O. Barron in the Zinc takes the win. Eric Kopic in the 92 Lynx takes second spot. Elliott J. Barron in the 23 after that little miscue back at turn 11 comes home in third spot. And I believe that's the last of the contested classes. Lowell Houston winning B Sedan as he was the only one there. Bill Treffert, despite his spin, takes the win in 4 AP. Alan Schomer in the Miata, as we mentioned, already taking his position. Michael Levesque over Jeff Rapp. I think that's everybody. So those are the podium finishers for race group 1, 3, and 4. Next up will be group 2. It'll be a split start. The Formula B cars out in front. Tonis Kasmitz and Jeff Brabham will lead that field to green. And then the balance of the group 2 field. Group 2, the non-wings and slicks Formula cars. Normally these Formula Vs and Formula Firsts would be in group 2, but because we had such a big contingent, we lumped them in with the group 1 and group 3 cars, and that's the deal. Thanks so much for being with us here at the 2024 Indy SpeedTour as we bring you all of the racing from the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association as well as Formula Regional Americas. And joining us this weekend, the BMW Car Club of America with a couple of their races and the crowd favorite, the Ragtime Racers, pre-1920 race cars, some of which have raced here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So next up, Group 2 coming up. So while we do that, we get set for the next race. Let's take a moment to thank some of the fine sponsors that make it possible for us to bring this broadcast to you.
SpeedTour returns to Road America June 28th through the 30th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road America Speed Tour. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Get a good shot of the cars at the podium. Again, with these multi-class races, there are awards given deep into the pack as each of the classes gets a top 3 finisher. Eric Whitnable, the man who sung the national anthem with us, one of our stewards here as part of the traveling circus that is the Speed Tour. He does the podium celebrations for the SVRA classes, so all of that can go on while we're continuing with the racing here from our commentary position overlooking the yard of bricks. Michael Levesque climbing out of the Yenko Stinger, getting a good hug from his crew. One of the great things about SVRA racing, you can see the camaraderie among the competitors. These drivers are out here having a good time, and it's not a cutthroat sort of affair. These drivers all know each other, they socialize together and have a great time. That's one of the hallmarks of SVRA racing. One of our legends is some people collect art, we race it. That's one of our slogans. So we certainly hope you enjoy the wide spectrum of different kind of race cars that you see, and you can see these drivers enjoying one another's company and doing a little bench racing at the end of each event. If you'd like to learn more about SVRA, and if you have a hankering to be a part of it, you certainly can do so. Go to SVRA.com, Sportscar Vintage Racing Association. Give you all the information you need. As the 3-minute warning has been given to the grid as the countdown for our next race is truly underway.
Wow, this kind of really echoes around here. Hello, Indianapolis. This is our first SVRA Winner's Circle. Earlier today, you saw our IGT folks, so they were here, and we also had our FR group here. So this is our first SVRA. That stands for Sportscar Vintage Racing Association. And we have a couple different groups represented here today. And what I want to do is talk to you about our FST. So FST are formula cars that kind of were a spec to a Volkswagen. You'll see the Formula Vs here a little later, but the Formula STs have a little extra. So I'm going to bring up George Podgorski. George Podgorski didn't come in, but how about Justin? Justin's here. The 4's here. Justin, come on up here. Justin, there's a couple things that are different about your cars versus the Formula Vs. What do you know as being different?
More power.
More power. It's a bigger motor, 1,600 cc's, and I think you guys are allowed to run slicks, right?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Okay, we're going to put you up as P2, so we're going to have you over there in front of the SVRA banner. Thank you. That's Justin Westerfield. And then Robert Clark, and I don't know if you know this, you share the same name, first and last, as our race control director. So we're not allowed to be very, favorite, but I think he was cheering for you coming across. Anybody you'd like to thank for your race today?
The team, obviously, Doug Syme, Matt Syme are always great. They do all the work on the car. I do nothing but drive it. And my wife is always here yelling at me on the radio.
Excellent. Well, we've got to thank the family. We're going to put you P1 out there. Now, when you guys get a second, we have chips out in front here. And if you feel the need to throw those out to these lovely fans, maybe they would cheer for you a little bit more. There we go. We got some chips going out there. All right. That's our group FST. And we didn't, I don't hurt, did 16 to make it. George Podolsky, again, it's the first one here today. Michelle has the photo machine over there. Thank you, gentlemen. Now let's jump over to our Group 3. Group 3, Alan Schomer in the 77, bringing home third place with the Miata. But I saw a little off-track activity. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we were just trying to use the grass to clean our tires off.
Oh, cleaning them off. Okay, excellent. Anybody you'd like to thank for your race today?
Oh, I'd like to thank my wife who puts up with this madness.
Again, the second wife reference. Let's put you up P3. This is Group 3, so different cars. Michael Levesque. Michael, come up here. Michael, what car are you bringing us? The 23. That is the Stinger, isn't it?
It is. It's a Yenko Stinger 1966 model, and it used to be my father's race car back in the 70s. So I'm campaigning it kind of in his honor.
Those cars are awesome. They originally came with an air-cooled motor. Is there something different behind the rear wheels now?
No, it's still air-cooled. It's just mildly hopped up.
Excellent. We'll put you up P2. Thank you very much. That's Michael Levesque. Michael, and then John Nash got to make a little extra trip around the paddock here. Thank you, John. We appreciate you being here. John, you're no stranger to the top of the podium here. Who would you like to thank here for being here today?
And while the victory celebrations continue down at the podium, we'll have a look at the starting field for this next race, as they are already out on their pace lap. Starting in row 17 on the outside is car 5. That's a Taiga Club Ford of Charles Smith. Next to him, the 61 of Hector McDonald in another Taiga Club Ford. Rod Bolhouse is in row 16, the 189 Lola. Next to him, Randy Domek in the number 29A Swift Post Club Ford. In row 15 on the outside is the 66 of James Buchanan in a Merlin, and another Merlin alongside the 27 of Doug Bruce. In row 14, the 5A of Mark Clark in a Crosley, and the 8A of Wes Allen in an Eagle. In row 13, the 7 of Sherman Johnson in a Crosley, and the 27A of Michael Nalen in a Citation. In row 12, 54 is Rick Baribeau in a PRS, and the 50 of Steve Beeler in a Lola. In row 11, the 34 of Dan Rhodes in a Tyga, and the 55 of Rick Hill in a Crosley. A pair of Crosleys in row 10, the number 4 of Mackenzie Wolf, and the 127 of Daniel Ahrens II. In row 9, the 27B of Mark Kingham in a Zinc, and the number 36 of Jeffrey Tillage in a Lola. In row 8, car 414, Chris Arrogante in a Crosley, and the 291 of Kim Madrid in a Crosley. In row 7, the 29 of Patrick Flynn in a Van Diemen, and the 8 of Bob Hatley. He is in a Swift DB3. In row 6, car 16, Todd Strong in a Titan, and the 19 of Will Thomas. He's the last car in this wave, just now approaching the start line for the Formula B cars. The 82 of John Bush, the 71 of Jonathan Burke, the 59 of Mark Giroux, the 1 of Travis Engen, the 68 of Pierce Rader, the 32 of Ron Horning, the 666 of Tonis Kazmets, the 44 of Joel Quadracci, the 2 of Dave Handy, and the 1 of Jeff Brabham. And Tonis Kazmets from the second row slots into the lead as he goes all the way from row 2. He was penalized after qualifying. His time was good enough to be on the front row, but he was penalized in qualifying, and so had to drop back, losing his top 2 laps. These now are the Formula Fords with Bob Hatley and Patrick Flynn leading the parade in their post-club Ford as they come into turn number 1. Bob Hatley in the green number 8, Patrick Flynn in the blue 29, who is out in front. Kim Madrid in that pink number 291. She's got a pink mohawk on her helmet. She's pretty easy to find. But Jeff Brabham has taken over the point in the yellow Brabham BT35. Jeff, of course, the son of Jack Brabham, the man whose company built these race cars. So Jeff driving a car built and designed by his father. Oh, and a lockup there. That's either Dave Handy or Joel Quadracci locking up. Dave Handy in the white, red, and the white and orange number 2. I think that was him just behind, so it must have been Quadracci with the lockup. As the rest of the Formula Bs working their way down the front straightaway. There goes Jeff Brabham. Tonis Kazmas giving chase. And the 44 of Quadracci and Handy side by side for third and fourth. Pierce Rader in that maroon Lotus 69B slots right in behind them in 5th position. We turn our attention to the front of the Formula Ford wave as they're just now coming up through turn number 11 up onto the racetrack. And onto the front straightaway they come. So the leader is Patrick Flynn in the 29. Right behind him is, that was Todd Strong. Patrick Flynn in second. Todd Strong, your leader. Patrick Flynn right behind him. Then Kim Madrid in third. Chris Arrogante and Rick Hill rounding out the top 5 of the Formula Ford wave. All the cars in the first 9 positions are from the Formula B category. These are significantly quicker than their Formula Ford counterparts. Tonis Kazmets and Jeff Brabham are going to have a bit of a Donnybrook all race long as these 2 professional drivers. Jeff, of course, pretty much retired from driving. Same with Tonis. Tonis has driven just about anything with open wheels that I can think of. Winning in Formula Atlantic. He's raced some in IndyCar and Indy Lights. And always a fierce competitor as they come across the stripe. Kazmets with the fastest lap so far, just by a fraction. Quicker than Jeff Brabham. Side by side with Brabham. Kazmets down to the inside. He makes the move. Tonis Kazmets in that black 666. Brabham BT29. Jeff Brabham in the yellow BT35, slightly newer. The BT35 was the last of the tube frame Brabhams. Well, Brabham's after that with the composite style body. As we check our Formula Ford battle as well, you can see Todd Strong well out in front of that group. Patrick Flynn running in second. Kim Madrid staying right with him. So those three separated by about 3 seconds. Todd Strong with about a 2-second lead. Kim Madrid about 3/4 of a second behind Patrick. As we bounce back to the overall lead, and once again, Jeff Brabham gets back by Jonas Kasmets. Kasmets' car maybe with a little more straight line speed. But Brabham has got that car handling very, very nicely indeed. It may be that he's got a little bit of an advantage through the twisty bits, but he's going to have Tonas behind him if he's going to maintain that lead in the run to the stripe. Tonas crosses the line with about a 0.3 of a second lead. In the battle behind him between Dave Handy in the 2 and Joel Quadracci in the 44. Handy with the white and orange highlights, white, red, and blue for Quadracci's car. And we'll stay with this lead battle. And let's see where Brabham is able to get the better of Jonas Kasmets. Last couple of laps, he's been able to find a way around by the time they get to turn 7. But this time, Kasmets, I think, getting a little better run through the chicane at turn 5 and 6, and he's well going to be able to hold him off, we hope. And into turn 7 they come. Handy and Quadracci back a bit. Kasmets now, with temperature in the tires, getting that car to sing the way he wants it to, and he has been able to stretch the advantage, and Brabham not able to challenge him this time as they exit turn 11. Already catching up with the back of the Formula Ford wave. They'll have some traffic to contend with for the rest of the way. There's Kim Madrid battling with Rick Hall in the blue and yellow Crosley. Kim in that pink number 291. Here's the 32 car of Robert Dusek in his I'm looking at the wrong list. The number 32 car of Bill Weiskopf. Ron Hornig, I'll get it right. Ron Hornig in the Brabham BT35. I've got too many entry lists in front of me. Hornig back in 6th position right now. There's Kim Madrid with Patrick Flynn and Todd Strong just in front. Rick Baribeau in the PRS had an off-course excursion and got back on the right track. So we can see this battle at the front for 3rd place in the Formula Ford wave as they come across the stripe. Todd Strong and Patrick Flynn well out in front. Mark Kingham now just behind Flynn. Rick Hill, and Kim Madrid doing battle just behind them. Those three separated by just about 0.4 of a second. Kingham in the Crosley, number 55. Oh, we've got a spinner there at turn 13, excuse me. That's the 29. Oh, that's Patrick Flynn. That's Patrick Flynn, the second place runner in the Formula Ford wave. So Patrick Flynn's going to drop out of second for sure. Todd Strong all by himself now. So the battle we've been watching with Kingham, Hill, and Madrid is the battle for second and third now in the Formula Ford wave. Looks like Kim has made that pass stick as she gets around Rick Hill. Down into turn number 12. Todd Strong pretty much all by himself. Jeff Brabham has not come by, as we understand a problem for him, and he's retired to the paddock. So Tonis Katzman's all by himself, 12 seconds out in front of the rest of the field. I stand corrected. That car that we saw spun there, turn 13, I misidentified it. We have two 29s. That was the 29A of Randy Domick. And Patrick Flynn is still in second in Formula F. I apologize for the misidentification there. One of the disadvantages of these vintage classes is that everybody likes to keep the same number. And unfortunately, if there's a discrepancy, if somebody shows up in the two cars in the same class with the same number, they'll append an A or a B or a C to it. And sometimes that graphic doesn't translate quite well to my aging eyes. So my apologies for any confusion that might have caused. But the pink number 291 of Kim Madrid is unmistakable. And she is currently running fourth in that class. Just behind her is Jeffrey Tillage in number 36, Lola T440. Lolas almost always have that high air box just behind the driver's head. Just in front of her, not by that much. Mark Kingham about a second and a half in front of him, but there's the two leaders in the Formula Ford wave. Todd Strong in the front, Patrick Flynn in second. In the white car of Kingham. And Kim Madrid in the pink number 291, Jeffrey Tillage right behind her. And then a little gap back to Mackenzie Wolf, I believe. It's a good shot of the 34 car of Dan Rhodes in his Taiga Formula Ford. And there's the 29A of Bruce Domick. As he was, Randy Domick, excuse me, is able to get back underway. Meanwhile, Tonis Katzman is picking his way up through the field, having put much of the Formula Fords already a lap down. As you can see, the number 5, Charles Smith in his Taiga. Katzman's with just about an 18-second lead at the front of the field. Joel Quadracci another 5 seconds behind Dave Handy in second. Pierce Rader in the maroon Lotus. I think we have a bid for the lead here among the Club Fords. It looks like Patrick Flynn has caught Todd Strong. Strong may have gone off song just a little bit. That's Patrick Flynn, new leader in the Formula Ford wave. Interestingly, they're in two different classes, although it's a very similar car. Todd Strong is a Formula Ford. Patrick Flynn is a post-Club Ford. And then Mark Kingham, who's running third, is in a Club Ford. So there's 3 variants of the venerable Formula Ford. And here's the 5 car of Charles Smith, who's pretty much well down the order. And then the 29A of Randy Domick. He and Charles Smith having a good battle for 28th and 29th. There's Charles Domick again trying to recover from that spin. Didn't cost him too much positions. He spun from the 29th position, fell back to 31st, and now he's recovered back to 29th, so he's pretty much where he left off. Here's There's Pierce Rader in that number 68 Lotus. That's your fourth place runner overall. Just in front of him is Joel Quadracci in the 44. Here the battle for the lead in Post Club Ford continues. Patrick Flynn and Todd Strong go side by side once again. That's Flynn out in front. Strong just behind him. Those two are going to battle for a bit. Patrick Flynn, an Australian by heritage. He's been living in this country down in Texas for some time. Todd Strong really fishtailing that car. It looked like it's getting a little tail happy on him. Travis Ingen in the number 1 car, chasing the number 59 just in front. That's Mark Giraud. That's the battle for 6th and 7th among the Formula Bs. There's Giraud, there is Ingen as they cross the line. Thomas Gasmans continues to stretch his lead, almost 30 seconds now over the second place. Number 2 of Dave Handy. There's Travis Ingen in the number 1. Travis, one of our longtime vintage competitors, and he brings multiple race cars to these affairs, but this Formula B car is a Chevron B17. Derek Bennett designed that car. It was originally designed as a Formula 3 car. In the SVRA Formula B class right now. And here comes the battle for the Fords as they're working their way through some traffic. Still Patrick Flynn holding off Todd Strong, but not by much. And there's Quadracci closing up on the 2 of Dave Handy. That battle is not over yet. Handy may be fading a little. As he's across the line, there's Quadracci. Traffic could certainly be a factor here. But that's the battle for 2nd and 3rd in the Formula Bs. Oh, and we have another spinner. Just checking, one of the cars pulling into the pit lane, and that is the 68 of Pierce Rader. He was running in 7th position, and he had to come into the pit lane, so that's going to cost him. Understand that Wes Allen in the Eagle, the 8 Alpha, and the 54 of Rick Baribeau in the PRS had a little contretemps. Meanwhile, we go back to the lead battle for the Formula Fords. It is still Patrick Flynn holding off the challenge from Todd Strong, who led early here. Strong was the pole sitter in the class. Flynn started 2 positions behind him. Bob Hatley in the 8 has faded a bit as they're working around some slower traffic. In fact, looks like Strong getting balked just a little bit. Flynn able to negotiate the traffic, and then Strong follows him through, as that was the 29A of Randy Domick that they're passing. Meanwhile, Tonis Kasmets continues his domination of this field with a 38-second lead, working his way toward turn number 12. Meanwhile, the Formula Ford battle continues. It's Patrick Flynn out in front of Todd Strong. I was talking about Patrick Flynn being an Australian. He raced this car in his native Australia many years ago, but other commitments have kept him busy, and he kind of put his racing career on hold and had the opportunity. The white flag, by the way, is in the air. Had the opportunity to go racing here in this country under SVRA auspices, and found his old race car, brought it over here, and has been racing it ever since. He and Todd Strong are having a right dandy battle here as they're coming to the white flag with 1 lap to go. Thomas Gasmans has already taken the white flag. There's Flynn, there's Strong. Strong getting a good run on the run down toward turn 1. Meanwhile, Mark Kingham, Kim Madrid, and Jeffrey Tillage continue their battle. Kingham in the blue and white zinc out in front. And those 3 cross the stripe as they set off on their final lap. Ron Hornig in the blue Brabham BT35 continues in the 4th position. Mark Giroux and Travis Engen continue their battle for 5th and 6th. Thomas Gasmans takes the win in the 666 as he's already across the line. And here comes the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Dave Handy in the 2, Joel Quadracci in the 44. Handy out in front, handily. See what I did there? As he's working his way onto the front straightaway for the final time. Meanwhile, just in front of them was the battle for the Fords, and it was Patrick Flynn taking the win in Post Club Ford, 7th overall. Todd Strong comes across the line just behind him. In 2nd, still waiting on Mark Kingham. There he is. He'll take 3rd place honors. Kim Madrid just behind Jeffrey Tillage, rounding out that grouping. So let's run the class winners for you. In Formula B, Thomas Gasmans, your winner. Joel Quadracci will be 2nd place. Ron Hornig in 3rd. In the Formula FBG category, Dave Handy takes the win in that class. Jeff Brabham retired after 4 laps, so he'll take 2nd place honors. In the Post Club Ford, it is the 29 of Patrick Flynn taking the win over the 29A of Randy Domick. In the Formula F class, Todd Strong, your winner, with Doug Bruce just now coming across the stripe in 2nd. James Buchanan finishing 3rd. And finally, the biggest class, the Club Fords, the 2CF category. Mark Kingham takes the win in the 29B, with Kim Madrid in the 291 and Jeffrey Tillage in the 36, rounding out the top 3. Thomas Gasmans completing his cool-down lap, working his way into the area of the podium. As we're getting ready for race number 3 of the SVRA Wave, and our feature races, groups 5, 7, and 11. Will be next up. Good shot of the 2nd and 3rd place finishers, Dave Handy and Joel Quadracci. Podium finishers in the Formula Ford Wave as well. Mark Kingham and Kim Madrid just off the podium. Patrick Flynn makes it into the pit lane. And there's Todd Strong just behind him. Good shot of Todd Strong as he rolls into position, and the Parc Fermé approaching the podium. And a car stranded there at the exit of turn 11. just as the car is coming up onto the oval. So recovery crew is going to have to pick that one up. That may delay the start of the next race by just a couple minutes. We're about 5 minutes behind schedule as it stands right now. Get a good shot of Dave Handy climbing out of his car, getting a little smooch from his wife, and the rest of these drivers making their way to the podium. We have a number of racers who do back-to-back classes. They're here with multiple cars, and so some of these drivers have to jump out of whatever car they're running and jump into the car for the next class, so oftentimes they will have to bypass the podium celebration in order to get ready for their next ride. Looks like the recovery work for that stranded car there at the entrance to turn 11 just now getting completed. The 5-minute warning has been given to the grid for our next group. Chamber of Commerce weather here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 2024 edition of the Indy SpeedTour. So glad that you're able to join us on those of you listening on the stream, youtube.com/SpeedTour TV.
Okay, here's our second SVRA podium of the day. This group, I want to call it, there's a lot of Group 2 cars, and I want to read what Rob, our good thing, Rob Elson, puts this together for me. So Group 2 is pre-1973 Formula cars conforming to a classic Formula car regulations. So what you're seeing here are open-wheel cars that have some amazing history to them as well. So maybe we'll ask the drivers to tell us a little bit about them when they come up to the podium. So I am going to start off with our group that has several. There's, and I learned this before, it's a CF, PCF, and FF for Formula Ford. And then we have the 27B. Mark Kingham did not show up. He probably went back to the paddock, had to do something. But we do have 16. Todd Strong, Todd, come here. Where's Todd? What a race out there with Patrick. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about it. Todd, we saw you last week in Pittsburgh. Quite a different race course out there, is it? So we'll get you your hardware here in a second. Well, go ahead. Yep, we'll get it. We're working on our strategy here. So, Todd, today, different kind of course altogether, isn't it, than Pittsburgh? How did the car perform? You were out front for a bit in your class, but then he caught you.
Yeah, car went well. Rear tires went off a little bit and picked up a lot of oversteer, but good race, good, clean, fun, great driving. So,
what can you tell the folks here about your car that may not be familiar with your race car?
It's old. It's a 1971 Titan vintage Ford. So a real disadvantage down the straightaway. The Arrow, I could not draft him. I was trying everything I could, and I could not draft him.
All right. Well, we'll put you up P2 today. We have a chance to do this again tomorrow. But let's go ahead now and bring up who he was talking about. And I can tell you here, it's Patrick Flynn. Patrick comes out on top today with his... Sounds like you brought your own fan club here today, Patrick. Who's these folks out there?
It's actually a lot of the people from the Formula 3 crowd. I was the original Crosslink guy. And so there's a lot of these people here with our Formula 3 cars. So well done, those boys. They cleaned house a little earlier, so I'm happy for that.
Tell us a little bit about your race car and how it maybe differs a little bit from Todd's.
Okay, so mine's considerably younger. It's an 89-90 Van Diemen. It's the first time we've ever run it this weekend. Normally we run an 81 Van Diemen, but that's getting ready for the Brian Redman. So a little more modern. Motors are the same. Sandy from Quicksilver. We win a lot of races with Sandy's stuff. So whilst Todd had a handicap, he had a second handicap. He didn't have one of those motors.
All right, we'll put you up there on P1 today. Michelle has your hardware there. This our group. We call that the groups of CF, FF, and PCF. All of those acronyms mean something. And I remembered it's Formula Ford, Club Ford, and Post Club Ford, if I remember correctly, from last weekend. All right, thanks, guys. We'll bring up now Joel Quadracci. Joel was in the 44. Joel's not going to be here, though. He's in doing double duty. Dave Handy bringing home second place. Where's Dave? Dave, come here. Dave has a special award as well. He's gonna jump the fan barrier here. He looked like it. But special thing about your car is we call it a gold medallion. And what we identify that, again, Rob will determine that, is your car was brought back to its original specifications. Am I correct for that?
Yeah, that's correct. Everything on the car is the way basically it was the day it rolled out of the factory. From the gauges down to the shocks to the suspension pieces to the rod ends. Not the original ones, but, they're, authentic copies, we'll call it. The proper seat, the proper mirrors, everything on it is the way it should be. Nothing's been updated on it.
So tell us a little bit about your race car so folks may be aware. It's the 2 back there. It's the blue and kind of orange. Is it a Gulf kind of tribute or no?
No.
Oh, Sasko, of course. He's my neighbor down there in the owner's lot. So Sasko Sports, a great partner with SVRA, bringing a lot of our tires to the competitors here. But what else could we learn about that car?
Well, it's a great car. It actually belongs to one of my customers, Peter McLaughlin, who is generous enough to allow me to run it a few times a year. We have a blast with it. It was completely restored, I guess, about 8 years ago at this point. And, I guess it's got the number 2 on it because I'm always going to be second to Tonis Gasmitz out there.
Well, let's bring you up here, P2. We'll talk to Tonis. So I have a story about Tonis already.
While the podium celebrations continue, let's introduce the drivers for this next race. This is combined for Groups 5, 7, and 11. These are basically prototype cars. The Group 5 car is the eldest, most of them from the Sports 2000 ranks. There's one Group 7 car in the field, which is a sort of a new generation Can-Am car. And then all the Group 11 cars are much more contemporary and quite a bit quicker as well. So let's introduce the drivers to you, starting at the back. In row 16 on the outside is car 6, Martin Hulick in his Swift DB2. Bruce Domek alongside in the number 28 Ocelot. Mark 6A. Angelo Savoia is in row 15 in the 85 Taiga. Next to him, the 23 of Robert Dusick III in a Doran JE1. All these are Sports 2000s, by the way. As we move into row 14, the 20B of Dave DeBolt in a Spec Racer Ford, and the 167 of Scott Kuhn in a Swift. In row 13, car 14, Jim Chanel in a Lola, and the number 11 of Pat Payman of Todd in a Swift DB2. In row 12, car 32 is Robert Dusick II in a Doran, and Rhett Merriman in the number 44 Lola. In row 11, car 47A, Glenn Jividan Jr. in a Carber, and the 17 of Mike White in a Lola T8990. In row 10, car 15 is Mark Clark, in a Swift DB5, and the 76 of Brent Gernert in a Lola T9090. Row 9, the 98 of Jim Hallman in a Swift DB2, and another DB2 alongside the 77 of Brian Gernert. In row 8, the 7 of Joel Quadracci, who just jumped out of his car in the previous race, and the 2 of Edward Gunther in a Carber. In row 7, car number 02, Fritz Seidel in a Carber, and the 51A of Andrew Myers, also in a Carber. Jonathan Klein, the pole sitter in the Formula 5 wave, or the Sports 2000 wave, car number 34 is a Lola T8890. You can see the number 47 of Mark Hannafin in that Group 7 Nuart Can-Am car at the tail end of the prototype wave. They're working their way through turns 2 and 3 right now. Paul Reed is in 10th position in the 54. Anthony Lisa in the 20 is next. Stephen Lisa in the 21A. Paul Mortimer in the 85I. Thomas Melendrez in the 22. David Albin in the 349. Jim Cope in the 21. Aaron Weiss in the 72. On the front row, James Hagan in the 8 and Wes Allen in the 37A. Wes Allen out in front in that Elan DPO2. Oh, we've got a couple cars coming together here at turn number 1 from the second wave. One of them appears to be the 17 car. That's Mike Wright in his Lola T8990. As we go back to the front, Wes Allen, James Hagan. James Hagan at the point in that number 8. Wes Allen looking for a way back around in the black and yellow number 37A. Allen tries to dive down to the inside. Oh, gets up on the curbing and they touch. And then the Praga is going to slot right in through. Aaron Weiss tried to take advantage. He and Wes Allen are now side by side with the white number 8 of James Hagan out in front as they come across the line to complete the first lap. Wes Allen turned a 1:24.6, almost 2 seconds quicker than the rest of the field. So all things being equal, he should be able to disappear into the sunset. Or James Hagan, Wes Allen in the 37 in the black and yellow Elan DPO2. That's the DPO2, a IMSA prototype lights car. As the Sports 2000 drivers making their way across the line. Leading them is Jonathan Klein in the 34 with Fritz Seidel in the 02 Carber running second. There's Jonathan Klein in that number 34. Now we turn our attention back to the prototypes with Wes Allen in third, James Hagan in second. Or James Hagan in the lead, Wes Allen and then Aaron Weiss and Jim Cope all battling for that top position as they're still swapping places. James Hagan in the 8, your leader. Then we have the Praga of Aaron Weiss, followed by David Albin in the 349. One of the Sports 2s into the pit lane already, the 98 with a problem. Jim Hallman in his Swift DB2. Meanwhile, the Praga and the Radical having a good battle. David Albin in that 349. That's a brand new Radical that he's able to run in vintage competition by invitation, of course. This is the leader in the Sports 2000s, the 34 of Jonathan Klein. Right a little deeper in the pack is the number 6 of Martin Hulick. He's back in 28th position. Here's Hulick in the 6th car. Started at the back of the field. The 23 of Robert Dusek III in the Doran. Another father-son pairing, Robert Dusek II, his dad, in the 32 car, the Doran. Dusek III in the 23. Kevin Doran, of course, the principal of the Doran Motor Car Company down in Cincinnati. As the prototypes go streaming by, already catching the back of the wave. As the 8 of Hagen continues to lead, the Praga of Aaron Weiss and the Radical of David Albin. Wes Allen right there as well in his Elan DPO2. Jim Cope just set the fast lap of the race in the number 21 DPO2. The blue and silver model, so keep an eye on him as a potential factor. As we've got the 32 off, one of the S2000s. That's Robert Dusek II in the Doran, off in the grass. Meanwhile, back at the front, James Hagen with Aaron Weiss giving chase. It's a good four-way battle here at the front. Hagen, Weiss, and Albin with Wes Allen bringing up the rear. Radical. Say they've already caught the back of the Sports 2000s, so they have begun to deal with lapped traffic. Praga's going to try to take advantage of that traffic, but once again, Hagen in that Orica is really good on the accelerator. The acceleration of that car really able to squirt away from the rest of these machines. And he's able to open up a pretty big advantage. With the Radical going after it, David Albin and Aaron Weiss battling side by side. And it looks like we're going to go full course yellow here as the safety car is going to be brought into action here to recover, I believe, that stranded car that we think we identified as the 32 of Robert Dusek II. Off course there at the exit of turn 7. So the double yellows will slow the field down as the leader just now coming through turn 7. So we'll catch our breath as the leader gets picked up by the safety car here, and the field will stack up behind them to allow the safety crews to do their job to recover the Dusek Sports 2000. There's the safety car. That is not the leader that they have picked up. As the leader just now crossing start-finish. Safety crews already on the scene. They're at the exit of turn 7. Blocking our view of the car, but nonetheless. So just to recap, we're about 7, coming up on 8 minutes into this race. James Hagen is the leader. And the number 8, Orica. Aaron Weiss in second in the number 72 Praga. David Albin is third in the 349 Radical. Wes Allen is fourth in the number 37A Elan DPO2. Jim Cope in the number 21 Elan DPO2 is running in the fifth spot. Thomas Melendrez in the number 22 Ligier P315 is sixth. Paul Mortimer in the number 85A Porsche GT3 is in seventh. Eighth goes to Stephen Lisa in the 21A Norma M20F. Paul Reed in the number 54 Revolution 500 SC is 9th. Mark Hannafin, the last car in that lead wave, in the yellow number 47 Nuart Can-Am, sort of a reimagining of the old center seat Can-Am cars. Jonathan Klein, the leader of the Sports 2000s, 11th overall in the number 34 Lola. Fritz Seidel running second in the Sports 2s in the 02 Carver. Andrew Myers in the 51A in the blue Carver. And third, Brent Gernert just behind him in the number 76 Lola. Joe Quadracci in the number 7 Swift. And then Robert Dusek the third in the 23 Doran. Brian Gernert in the 77 Swift. Mark Clark in the number 15 Swift. Payman Autad in the number 11 Swift. Rhett Merriman in the number 44 Lola. Jim Chanel in the 14 Lola. Edward Gunther in the number 2 Carver. Mike Wright in the 17 Lola. Scott Kuhn in the number 167 Swift. Dave DeBolt in the 20B, which is a Spec Racer Ford 3. Martin Hulick in the 6 Swift. Angelo Savoia in the 85 Taiga. Glenn Jividan Jr. in the 47A Carver. And then Robert Dusek II, who brought out the yellow flag. Glenn Jividan also retired to the paddock earlier. So the last car running is Angelo Savoia, I believe. As the flat toe of Robert Dusek's car. Should be a pretty quick restart here. As the safety car waving those cars around, I believe that they had picked up about mid-pack. I guess they're not going to wave them around. So you can see the overall leader, James Hagan, kind of in the middle of the Formula 5 pack. And we're just getting word from race control. They're going to bring the safety car in. We're going to go green. So kind of a mixed bag here, as again the safety car wasn't able to pick up the leader. He had already gotten by. Safety car's out of the way, and the cars that are about a lap down, Stephen Lisa in the 21, Paul Reed in the 54, just now completing their 6th lap. And there goes the leader, finally by to complete race lap number 7. That's James Hagan. So the cars that got stuck behind the safety car picked up a little extra track position. As we're watching the 34 car of Jonathan Klein work his way, and he's got one of the prototypes tucked in behind him. It's back for 9th position, I believe. There's the 02 of Fritz Seidel and his Carver. And I believe that's the Revolution just in front of him of Paul Reed. Oh, a big lockup from the 34 of Jonathan Klein. That's Stephen Lisa in the 21A, just in front of him. Lisa running 9th among the GTP cars. So Klein, the 34, is the leader of the Sports 2000 wave. And again, the field a little jumbled up because the safety car picked up the wrong leader, if you will. Stephen Lisa with Paul Reed in the Revolution just behind him in the 54 car. That's the car we're seeing on screen right now. And then behind him is Fritz Seidel, who is running second in the Sports 2000s. So Jonathan Klein, your Sports 2000 leader. Fritz Seidel running second in that blue and red 02. So right now the Revolution sort of sandwiched in between the first and second place cars. And here comes the overall leader, James Hagan, just about to put those cars a lap down. So it's definitely shuffling the order just a bit as there were a number of the Group 11 prototypes that got stuck behind the safety car. And that's going to cost them some track position for sure. As we've got about 6.5 minutes remaining in this one. There's Paul Reed in that Revolution, number 54. The overall leader just about, and the Praga gets forced wide. Aaron Weiss has to jump the curb in that number 72. As Wes Allen in the Elan trying to take advantage. Meanwhile, James Hagan is just about to put the Revolution a lap down. That's Paul Reed in the 54 going a lap down. Praga, and look at that, late on the brakes is Wes Allen in that Elan DPO2. And he moves himself up into the lead. And the leader goes off. James Hagan, the former leader, not any longer. As Hagan goes off in the grass, keeps his foot in it. But that's going to cost him the lead, I believe, as Wes Allen now takes over the point. Hagan now in second, then Aaron Weiss. Jim Cope a ways up the road in third spot. Fourth goes to James Hagan. Excuse me. We have Hagan erroneously shown in second. He's back in fourth. Jim Cope right behind Aaron Weiss, then Hagan, then Thomas Melendrez, who took advantage of that little off-course excursion by the early leader. And a problem for the 17 car as he pulls off. That's Mike Wright in his Lola. So the question now is, can Aaron Weiss in the Praga do anything with Wes Allen? Wes was the pole sitter and was the quickest car here by almost 2 seconds. So now that he's found his way through the traffic to the front, he's going to be tough to catch. There's the 21 of Jim Cope. And right behind him is the 34, who is the Sports 2000 leader, Jonathan Klein. The white flag is in the air. Hagan by in 4 spots. So Wes Allen sets fast lap of the race as he takes the white flag. Aaron Weiss in second by about 2 seconds. Jim Cope another 2.5 seconds back in third. Then the early leader, despite his off course there at the pit entrance, in the 4th position. Thomas Melendrez not that far behind him in the 22 Ligier P315. So interestingly, the Formula 5, the S2000, leader, the 34 Jonathan Klein, running 9th overall, with a couple of the prototypes trapped behind him. Fritz Seidel still in second. As Wes Allen putting another lap down on Stephen Lisa. But here comes Wes Allen to the checkered flag as he takes the win. So Wes Allen gets it done after dropping back early. He fell back to 4th position and then fortuitously had the opportunity to get back to the lead on lap 10 right after the restart. Aaron Weiss finishing 2nd in the number 72 Praga. Jim Cope finishing 3rd in the 21 Elan. James Hagan, who led much of the second half of this race, has to settle for 4th in the number 8 Orica. Thomas Melendrez takes 5th place honors. Paul Mortimer in 6th. David Albin finishing in 7th. Stephen Lisa in 8th. In our Formula 5000 wave, Jonathan Klein, your winner in the 34. Fritz Seidel fading by about 9 seconds at the flag to take 2nd place honors. Andrew Myers in the 51A will finish 3rd in the Sports 2000s. Just to give all of our top 3 in each of the classes, in the 11 GTP3 class, it is Wes Allen, the overall leader. Aaron Weiss finishing 2nd. Jim Cope finishing 3rd. In the 11 GTP2 class, James Hagan, your winner, with Thomas Melendrez finishing 2nd and David Albin finishing in 3rd spot. In the 5AS2 category, the lead of the Sports 2000s, Jonathan Klein, your winner in the 34. Fritz Seidel in the 02 finishing 2nd. Andrew Myers in the 51A comes home in 3rd spot. And finally, in the Vintage Sports 2000s, Joel Quadracci takes the win. In the number 7 car, Brian Gernert in the 77 takes 2nd place honors. Payman Altad in the number 11, finishing in 3rd. Good shot of Brian Gernert in his Swift DB2, number 77, on his way to the pit lane. We had an opportunity to chat with some of our drivers leading up to the racing this afternoon. So let's run a quick video of some of the drivers and their impressions of what it's like to drive on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway road course.
Yeah, it's great having a lot of teammates and also very good teammates. My main championship rivals are my teammates with Patrick and Ryan, and we can see it.
Yeah, coming to this track is surreal. I mean, to drag a trailer through that tunnel and not get kicked out for doing it is really something amazing. And to be able to come here and be an average guy and up in a car like this and go and drive is really neat. It's really fun.
Oh, it's definitely a lot of fun. It's challenging. You know, everything's flat, and you're trying to go as fast as you can within the grip level you have. So there's risk.
It's just a fantastic facility. The track is really fun to drive. I got to tell you, I didn't think it would be because it's just completely flat. But the way it was designed, it's really exciting to be out there, and just the history and to be at this venue is something else. I mean, this is a really amazing experience.
It's very nice. It's a very interesting feeling, especially going over the bricks. It's just like, it's so different. Like, I never expected to be driving on this track. So driving here, like I drove at Laguna, and that was already an experience. But driving here is crazy because it's so iconic. It's been around for so long, and it's probably the most known track, like one of the most known tracks around the world, right? So it's pretty cool, and the track is really nice actually. I've never driven on the road course, so it's a very cool experience.
My second time here, my first time driving, I came to the museum a few years ago while I was karting up in Newcastle. So it's super cool to come back here and actually get to drive on the track. This place is crazy, it's massive, but yeah, it's a really cool experience to race here.
The history is very cool. I mean, I've watched the Indy 500 since I was a kid, and I've watched it here as well live. It's a very cool event, and it's such a historic track, and you really feel it when you're on track, the bricks and all of that. So it's very cool and very special.
Yeah, I mean, the last Indy 500 we were at a few weeks ago, and there was a nice experience, and now driving here is also very, very cool. The history here as far as IndyCar, F1, and even NASCAR is just, I mean, it's over 100 years, so it's pretty awesome to be here. I mean, the bricks, everything, just, I can't imagine this place during the Indy 500, all the spectators. It's a really cool experience to just be a part of it, for sure.
Well, Indy has I guess a life of its own. Everybody wants to come to Indy, but even more importantly, to have the opportunity to drive on the track is a real thrill. We've got about 9 guys who came out all the way from California for this event with their cars just so that they could get a chance to drive on the Indy Oval.
Great job. Thanks to our crew from Live Race Services for getting those interviews from a wide spectrum of drivers, not only from SVRA, but the last gentleman there, one of the drivers for the Ragtime Racers, which we'll see out on track in just a little bit, and a number of drivers from our series, the Formula Regional Americas Championship as well. So thank you so much for getting that together, and gives you kind of a good indication of just how awesome this facility is to folks coming here, especially for the first time. I know the first time I came here as a teenager, and that's been a lot of years ago. It is awesome beyond words, and to have the opportunity to sit in the same announce booth that Tom Carnegie used to announce from certainly was a bucket list item for me several years ago when I got to announce here for the first time, and I've been back many times since, and it's always a great opportunity to reacquaint yourself with this beautiful facility. Nothing like it in the world, quite frankly. As we can see the drivers climbing out of their mounts down in the podium area as we get ready for our next race. Again, if those of you have the published schedule in front of you, we're about 10 to 15 minutes behind the originally published schedule because we've had a couple delays here. But next up is Group 9, originally scheduled to start at 3:20, and it's about 3:35 right now, so we're about 15 minutes behind where we had hoped to be, but that's kind of the way things go with these multi-class weekends, and all it takes is a car going off at the wrong spot, and it does play havoc a bit with the schedule, but R.C. Clark and the crew up in race control do a great job of getting things back together. And it gives you some indication of just how hot it is here. These drivers can't wait to get out of those driver suits and cool down just a little bit. Our next race group making ready will be Group 9. These will be some of the fastest cars here this weekend. Just a couple of them in the same sort of rarefied air as our Formula Regional Americas cars, lapping in the low 120s. Lewis Cooper Jr., the pole sitter in this next
group,
did
a 22.2. We're going to start right here
with
my good friend David DeBolt, who is representing a group called 5B. Now, I have my other, hang on, give me 30 seconds. I want to go talk about it. Okay, I'll be right back. This race group recognized Group 5 and Group 11, but we separate Group 5 into two different groups, 5B and 5A. So what David is, you're part, if I read this, Small Bore World Sports Car Championship and Prototypes. All these cars in the Group 5 were between 1960 and 1972. But tell me, what, in your opinion, is different between 5A and the 5B class?
About 25% horsepower. They run 2-liter cars, and I've got a 1.6.
Copy that. So we're going to put you up top of the heap right here, representing Group 5B. That's David DeBolt. David, he almost got it. There he is. So these are both prototype type of cars. You'll notice that they're closed wheel, not open wheels. David's classification is 5B.
Eric Whitnable continues to host our podium celebrations, but we've got our next race group out. These are Group 9. These are Wings and Slicks Formula cars, basically. Very contemporary. And if the Formula 3 cars that we run in the Formula Regional Americas Championship were to run vintage competition, this is the class they'd be in. Let's introduce them to you. We've got 15 rows of starters. Outside of row 15 is car 66, David Albin. He's in a Lola T332. He didn't turn a time in qualifying. I'm not sure if he'll be with us. The 07A of Brandon Reed alongside him in a Pro Formula Mazda. In row 14 is car 12B. That's DJ Galifa in a Van Diemen. Next to him is the 13 of Phil Gumpert in a Ralt RT5. In row 13, car 77, Thomas Simpson in his McKee Mark 18 Formula 5000. Next to him, the 7B of David Zavetsky in a Legrand Mark 7, another Formula 5000. Moving forward into row 12, car 12, Sebastian Coppola in a Lola T192, and the 93 of Patrick Ubelhor in a Star Mazda. In row 11, car 07 is Craig Campbell in a Van Diemen RF94. Next to him, the 29 of Michael Cross in a Van Diemen Formula 2000. In row 10, car 15A is George Fry in a McLaren M10A. That's another Formula 5000 car. And the 34 of John Wilhelmi. He is in a Swift 014 Formula Atlantic. Row 9, the 95 of Pierce Crone in an Elan DP08. And the 7 of John DiGiovanni in a Milan Pro Formula car. Moving forward to row 8, car 266 is David McMahon in a Van Diemen Elan, and the number 15 of Justin Widoff in an SCCA Formula Enterprises 2. Row 7 has the 30 of Jim Wright in a Swift DB4, and the 51 of Christian Schneider in another Formula 5000, this one a March 73A. Row 6 has the 07B of Austin Holtgrew in a JDR Formula 1000, and the 81 of Timothy Pierce in the same kind of car. Row 5 has the 11 of Thomas Melendrez in a Panos DP01 Champ car, and the 21 of Travis Ingen in a Lola T9720 Indy Lights car. And row 4 is the 93A of Steve Hamilton in a JDR Formula 1000, and the 33 of Charles Livington in another JDR Formula 1000. Row 3 has the 30A of Marc Giraud in another of the Indy Lights cars, and the 24 of astronaut Drew Fustel in a Swift 016 Formula Atlantic. In the front two rows, the 06 is Bruce Hamilton in another Swift 014 Formula Atlantic, and Riley Harris in the quickest of the Van Diemens in the Formula 1000 12A. Nathan Bird in the number 39 Formula 1000 outside of row 1, and Lewis Cooper Jr. in the number 70 Panos DB01 Champ car, and Lewis wastes no time jumping out in front, as that car has been one of the quickest here all weekend, but 3 wide as they approach turn number 1. Riley Harris, Nathan Bird, Bruce Hamilton, Drew Fusel, all battling for position as everybody makes it through turn 1 and 2. I guess we've had a couple spinners back there at turn number 1. Race control is weighing their options to decide if a safety car will be necessary. These cars very quick indeed. These are the fastest SVRA cars here this weekend. Like I said, Lewis Cooper qualified on the pole at a 122.2, and that would have put him right smack in the front of the Formula Regional Americas. And we are going to go to the safety car right away, as we've had some cars off at turn one on the first lap. And we're going to need to get some safety vehicles out to recover a couple of those. So Discretion being the better part of valor, we're going to pack the field up behind the safety car. And Lewis Cooper will bring them around to the line. As the field comes by process of elimination, we should be able to determine who the cars are involved there at the incident at turn 1. And it looks like Drew Fustel and Christian Snyder are among those involved. Thomas Melendrez as well has not yet come by. And here come the last couple of cars by, so we should be able to determine who is involved. And it is 2 cars now that are off. It's Drew Fustel and Thomas Melendez. Christian Schneider was able to get restarted and did come by in 25th position after starting about mid-pack. You can see the number 11 of Thomas Melendez being hitched to the back of one of the tow vehicles. It looks like it's rollable, so they're going to try to do a flat tow. But Drew Fusel, the number 24, the astronaut in his Swift, also missing in action as they came by. Oops, there he is. Fustel has come by, so he was able to get restarted. So the only car disabled is apparently Melendrez. And Fustel will not lose a lap. He'll be able to get back to the back of the pack. He qualified 5th, so he'll have an uphill struggle to work his way back forward, but he and Thomas Melendrez apparently had a tangle. But fortunately, it looks like the 11 car is a roller, so that means they can hook it up and quickly find a place of safety to put that car, and we should be able to go back to green in quick order here. Sounds like they're going to go around at least one more lap, so we'll have just a little more downtime behind the safety car. Sorting themselves out. Lewis Cooper, your leader. Nathan Bird, who qualified 2nd, runs 2nd. Bruce Hamilton, who qualified in 4th position, picked up a spot as he got around Riley Harris to take over 3rd. So Harris back to 4th. Mark Giroux just behind him was able to miss the action involving Fustel and Melendrez. Charles Livingston across the line in 6th. Travis Engen in 7th. Steve Hamilton 8th. Timothy Pierce in 9th. Justin Woodhoff in the 10th spot. You can see the running order, of course, on the pylon on the right side, left side of your screen. We understand the incident is being cleared, and we should be able to go green next time by. Unfortunately, the timing wasn't quite right to let him go this time, so we'll go behind the safety car one more lap. Lewis Cooper Jr. and Nathan Bird, both drivers who are fast in anything they sit in. And they both will be anxious to get back underway. Bird qualified 2nd, just about 2 seconds behind Lewis Cooper Jr. It's an interesting mix of cars. The Panos that Lewis Cooper is driving, the number 70, is a 2007 Panos DP01, and then some of the older cars in the field. Phil Gumpert in a 1980 Ralt, a 1968 Legrand Formula A, 5-liter car, Renan Formula 5000. Legrand Mark 7 that David Zavetsky is racing. Was not a favorite. We understand the chassis was not able to stand up to the rigors of that big 5-liter V8, and the chassis had too much torsional flex. It was too easy to twist it. And if you've ever seen a top fuel dragster jump on the throttle, that car tries to rotate around the axis of the engine because it generates so much horsepower. And that sort of flex definitely plays havoc with the handling in a race car on a road course. Sam Posey was quoted as saying that it was pretty much undrivable. But David Zavetsky doing a great job with that Legrand, one of the older cars in the field. Sebastian Coppola in his 1970 Lola T192 Formula 5000 car. As we get confirmation from race control that we will be going green this time by. Pace cars on the pit road, so that turns the field over to Lewis Cooper as he'll bring them around. And Nathan Bird's going to tuck right behind him and do his best to keep up. Cooper's car going to have a little more acceleration, I'm guessing, once he gets on the loud pedal. And there it is. You can see everybody swapping positions, trying to make up as much ground as they can. Bruce Hamilton gets the jump on Nathan Bird and takes over second spot in the run down to turn 1. Hamilton in the red car, but there's Bird late on the brakes, trying to make it his way back into position. Field working its way through the chicane there at turns 5 and 6 as they make their way down the Holman Straight toward turn number 7. Lewis Cooper not getting away quite as much as I had anticipated. Riley Harris in that 12A Van Diemen Formula 1000 slotted in the second spot there. Good job for him. Taking advantage of the restart. Looks like Bruce Hamilton may be slotted there into the third position as they come up onto the short chute between turns 1 and 2 of the oval. Riley Harris right there, staying right with that big Panos. Just behind him, Nathan Bird. As Lewis Cooper across the line. Then Harris, then Bird, then Bruce Hamilton, then Mark Giroux, then Travis Engen. His Lola T9720. Giroux and Engen both in Indy Lights cars. 1997 sort of vintage. That's in the era when the Indy Lights cars had the Buick 4.2 liter engine. That class, of course, has since become Indy Next, but it was back when it was known as Indy Lights. Cooper beginning to draw away just a bit, but great job for Riley Harris and Nathan Bird in two different manufacturers, but very similar cars. Harris is a Van Diemen, Nathan Bird in the JDR. The JDR is really the sort of definitive Formula 1000 with a Suzuki four-cylinder motorcycle powertrain, basically, for most of those cars. That's why they've got such a high-pitched exhaust note, because they twist those cars to well over 10,000 RPM, whereas the bigger V8s don't quite spin quite that quickly, so they have a little more torque, but not quite as much peak horsepower. Bruce Hamilton looking racy behind Nathan Bird, though, in that red Swift Formula Atlantic, and is able to get it done. The Swift ought to have just a little more straight line speed. trouble for Riley Harris as he goes straight at turn number 1. And we understand we're going to have a second safety car here. Yeah, we've got a car off into the wall. This is at turn 12. The 15 car of Justin Widoff in that Formula Enterprises 2, looks like. Well, that's the 15A, sorry. That's George Fry in the McLaren M10. That's one of only 2 of those cars that was ever imported into this country, the McLaren M10, a Formula 5000 car. And we're getting word from race control. The cleanup will take a little more time than we have left on the clock, so this one is going to be checkered this time by. Yeah, the safety car won't even have an opportunity to pick up the leader as they're going to make the decision to throw the checkered flag here. Again, the 15A of George Fry making contact with the retaining wall there at the approach to turn 12. And from the look of it, looks like they've already spread a little kitty litter behind that car as it may have sprung a leak, either coolant or oil. So this cleanup might take a little longer than we would have hoped. So you can see the finishing order on the pylon. Lewis Cooper takes the win in the Boss category. Bruce Hamilton will take the win in the 9F3 class. Nathan Bird will finish second in that class. Riley Harris finishing third. Travis Engen will take the win in the 9F1 category. So we could do the top 3. He and Mark Giroux were the only 2 in that class. In the Formula 5000 class, the 9FA5, it is David Albin, your winner. In the 66 Lola, David Zavetsky. In that 7B, LeGrand, and Thomas Simpson. In the 77 McKee. In the 9F2 category, Justin Widoff takes the win in the number 15 Formula Enterprises 2 car. Jim Wright in car number 30, a Swift DB4, and Phil Gumpert in the 13 in a Ralt RT5. In the 9 Boss category, Lewis Cooper, the only one still running after Melendrez had his problems there at the first turn. In the 9 F4 category, Pierce Crone takes the win. In the number 95 Elan DP08, Michael Cross. In the number 29 Van Diemen F2000, and Dane McMahon in the number 266 Van Diemen takes third place honors. So we didn't get as much racing in this class as we had hoped, but with a couple of safety car periods to deal with incidents, that's what we're stuck with as we try to run these sessions as close to time certain as we can to keep the multi-class weekend within reasonable attention of the scheduled time. Next up, as we continue in our SVRA race groups, it will be groups 6, 8, and 12. Originally scheduled to start about 5 minutes ago. So depending on how long this cleanup is, we will get back to racing just as quickly as we can. Let's see, backing up the lift to lift that car off the racing surface to get it out of harm's way, but multiple course vehicles there for cleanup as well. So as the cars make their way back to the paddock and those in podium positions make their way into the victory circle area. So we've got just a little delay here while we wait for the cleanup for the incident at that brought out the premature checkered flag on this race. So once again, let's thank a few sponsors, and hopefully we'll have a little time for a podium celebration while we're waiting to start race number 4 for the day, groups 6, 8, and 12 coming up next.
SpeedTour returns to Road America June 28th through the 30th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road America Speed Tour. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back to Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we're bringing you the live stream from the 2024 Indy SpeedTour. My name's John Phippen, so glad to have you with us. Eric Whitnable down at the podium will be carrying on the podium celebrations for the race just concluded, unfortunately prematurely so after an incident there at turn 12 involving a couple cars. And that cleanup will continue. Once it's concluded, we'll move on with our next SVRA feature race for groups 6, 8, and 12. As we look at our schedule for the balance of the day, we'll have the International GT feature race number 2. We had one earlier today. Ken Fengler will be joining me on the call for that one. And then we'll have the stock cars out, the Group 10 stock cars right after that. And then the Ragtime Racers will be taking the green flag for their next race. Usually it's one lap around the circuit. And then we round out the day with a sprint race for our BMW Car Club of America drivers. They scheduled to take it at 5:55, but again, we're running just a few minutes behind schedule.
All right, we're going to start our Group 9 podium here. If I can get our drivers and teams to make their way over to the podium here, we'll come this way and put some hardware on you. There's also shade over here. For those of you unfamiliar with our Group 9 description, the short description is wings and slicks that we always like to talk about. But the further detail is that these all are post-1973. So you heard about some of our cars that were pre-72. These are post-73. And what else does Rob tell me about? These could have been Formula 1 Indy Lights, Formula 5000, a couple other years. We'll talk to the actual drivers about what kind of cars they had. A couple, again, different classes within Group 9. We'll get to that in a little bit. But we're going to start with Lewis Cooper Jr. Lewis driving what we call a 9 boss. I mean, how is it fun driving a car just that has the word boss with it?
Boss is good. Big open single seaters. That's what they call them in Europe. There's actually a series called that in Europe.
Is it really?
That's
Big
on my car.
Big open single seaters.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about the car.
Well, it's a Panos DP01. It's actually designed and made in Brazelton, Georgia, so it's an American car. Weighs about 1,600 pounds, has about 760 horsepower, so the power to weight ratio is pretty good.
Pretty good. How did you enjoy the track out there? Is this suited for this type of car?
Oh yeah, I mean this was cars from back in the day when Champ Car and Indy Car were competing with so it's very similar specs to a current Indy car, driven by much younger people and more skilled than I am, but have a good time.
Well, you're showing us how it's done. In 9 Boss, you were P1 overall as well, so we're going to put you up P1 twice over there, all right? Jump up there. Let's hear it. Lewis Cooper Jr. You'll notice he has arm restraints on his arms there. We require that in SVRA for any of our open-wheel drivers. That helps if there's any incident to keep body parts inside the car. That's safer. Michelle will take the picture. Lewis, what was the last birthday you celebrated? 81 years old. You're young, driving a 760 horsepower car around Indianapolis. That deserves quite a bit of tribute as well. Kind of gives us hope to stay out there a little while longer, eh? All right, thank you very much. We're going to bring up now what we call 9 others. We're just going to talk about the overall Group 9. So Nathan Bird bringing home the 39. Nathan, come over here. And is that a 9 F3, F2, F4? Which one is it?
That one's a 9 F3.
F3. Okay, so tell us a little bit more about that car.
That's the F1000 car, built and designed by Jerry Hodges, and it's a 1,000 horsepower, or 1,000 pound, 1,000 horsepower. That'd be awesome. 1,000 pound total weight with me in it. Formula car with downforce, 1,000 cc Suzuki Gixxer 08 engine in it, and yeah, it's not terribly fast in a straightaway. Lewis blows my doors off every single time, but it catches up in the brakes in the corners, so that's where it really excels, and it's a really fun car to drive.
A lot of G-forces going through the corners with downforce and not a lot of weight. Anybody else you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just Ride Drive Motorsports, and just coming off of a little bit of a under the weather period, so just showed up today, was able to qualify P1 for F1000, P2 overall, and we clinched the win. Riley made a little bit of a mistake. He didn't know that was the last corner of the entire race, but yeah, so luckily we got that out in P3 overall.
Excellent. All right, I also got a chance to meet your twin brother, Noah, out there. So there is Noah and Nathan, twins out there. Let's put you up P1 there. I'm sorry, P3 in this overall 9. Bruce Hamilton in the 06, 9.3, 9.4. What do you got?
An 014 with an MZR Mazda put in it to replace the Toyotas that you can't get rebuilt any longer very easily.
How was your race?
Went very well. It was a little haphazard this weekend, but with all the stops and goes and a little slow on the pace lap there for heat, but we got her done.
Got 6 laps of green laps in, I think, so we'll do some racing again tomorrow. Anybody else you'd like to thank?
Just Cahill Motorsports, Tony's Kazmetz, my friend and colleague back there that tells me where to go and when.
Absolutely. All right, Bruce, we'll put you P2 over there in the 9 overall. And Riley Harris, Riley in the 12A. Is he here? Riley. Where is he? He's right around it. Riley, there you are. So you were in the 12 Alpha. 12 Alpha. What kind of car is that?
It's a 9.3, I think. Yeah, it's a Formula 1000 car. So racing against Nathan. Yeah, it was a good race. Locked up going into one right before they did double yellow, so that was a little unfortunate. But yeah, it was fun.
Hey, folks, you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my family and my crew for helping get the car back together after we broke it this morning.
Ouch. Okay, well, the crew is always a great host to thank. We'll put you up P1 overall in Group 9 others. We had one other guy here who showed up. Where's my 95? Where is he? Come over here. Did I not do it right? This looks right now? This is what you call sportsmanship. I don't know if you've ever read about it, but this is what you call it right here. All right, we'll get the photo. I'm sure there'll be discussions later on. Check your emails about this later, I'm sure, but we'll see. All right, guys. We'll check it. All right, Group 9, but I have one other person here. The 95, who are you?
The name is Pierce Crown.
And Pierce, have you raced in one of these cars before?
This is my first race in this F2000 car. Thank you, Dustin. It's been a pleasure. Thursday was my first day in the car, so it's now Saturday.
Excellent. And you won your class 9-4 overall, so we're going to give you a class medal for that today. We don't put you on the podium, but we want to recognize you. Your chief got you excited. You were excited. So anybody you'd like to thank here, that's the other thing you got to do when you get up here to the podium.
Well, I got to thank a number of people, but first of all, I want to thank the crew for helping out with that crash that happened over there, because that looked pretty bad. I don't know for sure. Hope everyone's okay, because it looked pretty bad from what it was. But I got to thank Dustin for letting me run. Great teammates helping me out, giving me all the knowledge. My guys in Formula V as well, too, because they've been helping me a lot, building speed and confidence around these other cars, which came crucial in Turn 1. So after that, it was a matter of staying ahead of Dane. He's really, really quick, guy that runs up for P all the time. So it just became a matter of confidence and going for it.
You ready to come back tomorrow and do it again?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. We'll take him and get his class medal right here for Michelle. We'll keep him going, and go ahead and jump out there. You can use our stadium. Had a little incident at the end. We hear everybody was able to get away and walk away from it, so we're not sure what injuries, but it sounded like we could get everybody away. And we'll be back here in a few minutes for our next podium.
Thanks to Eric Whitnable for hosting all of our podiums for the SVRA races. He does a great job doing that as well. He's a pretty fair singer of our national anthem as well, I might add. So we're on the countdown. A 3-minute warning's been given to the field for our next race for groups 6, 8, and 12. These are basically silhouette cars. For group 6, think pony cars, Mustangs, Camaros, the odd Corvette. Group 8 are slightly newer, but Mazda RX-7, an Alfa Romeo in Group 8, and then the Group 12s are the most contemporary of the silhouette cars. Porsche 914, Datsun 240Z, Ford Escort RS, newer Chevy Corvette. There's even a Lexus IS300, BMW M3, and Acura Integra. So a kind of a diverse group. And again, as the group numbers get higher, the cars get slightly newer. So that's basically the difference there. Officially, Group 6 is for big bore production sports cars through 1972. Group 8 are sports cars and sedans in production prior to 1979. And then Group 12 are GT and sports cars raced between 1973 and 5 years prior to the current date. They're production-based, so they're silhouette cars as opposed to full tube frame race car kind of things. And we're just waiting for the final clearance from race control to send the cars out. They've gone to the 1-minute warning, which indicates that the engine should be fired, and they'll be filing out of the pit lane here momentarily. It's one of our smaller race groups, 18 cars on the qualifying order. So we should be able to get through the introductions with no problem here as they make their way around behind the safety car on a formation lap. And then it's a side-by-side rolling start, as all of our classes are, from SVRA. The Regional Americas cars, of course, go from a Formula One style standing start with the 5-light gantry, but all the rest of our classes are rolling starts. And everybody's onto the pit lane. Let's introduce the starters for you. In row 9 on the outside is car number 80, Michael Noble. He's had kind of a troubled weekend. in his 8D production Alfa Romeo Spider Veloce. It's had its issues throughout the weekend, so hopefully he'll be able to nurse it around for a finish here. Next to him is the 157 of Paul Easy. Paul's in a Group 12 Mazda RX-7 silver. Paul's car had a problem at the end of the qualifying session, so we'll see if he's able to make it into the field. In row 8 on the outside is car number 79. That's Clay Hargett. He is in a Ford Mustang Boss S. Next to him is the number 22 of Evan Bernath. Evan is in an Acura Integra. In row 7 on the outside, car number 89B is Ron Cheka in a BMW M3. Next to Ron is car number 11. That's John Miller in a Group 12 Chevy Corvette. Row 6 is the 04 of Ron Pauley in a Lexus IS 300. Next to him is another Group 8 car, the number 89 of John Putnam II in another Mazda RX-7. Row 10 has the number 21 of Alan Benjamin in a Group 12 Porsche 964 Cup car. It basically looks like a 911, is a 911. Next to him is the 27 of Eric Ritchie. Ritchie is in a Group 6 Chevy Corvette. Row 4 has the 14A of Rick Ortman in a Group 12 Chevy Corvette. And the 36 of Scott Shadell in a Group 6 Trans Am Chevy Camaro. In row 3, car 14 is Doug Obermeyer in another Trans Am Ford Mustang. Next to him is a sweet little car, the number 85 of Sean Brown in a Ford Escort RS Mark I. Next to him, a beautiful car, the 202 black Datsun 240Z of Scott Kissinger. And alongside him in row 2 is the 8A of Tom McGlynn in a Porsche 914. That sucker is really quick. And then on the front row, a couple of big muscle cars, both from Group 6. On the outside is the 67 of Samuel Lecomte in his Trans Am Chevy Camaro. And your pole sitter, number 9, Tom Weglars in a 6GT Chevy Corvette, red Chevy Corvette, and it is a quickie. Field nicely formed up as they're working their way through turn 12. A little bit of oil dry still down on the track, but they've blown off most of it, so shouldn't create a problem. As the field begins to pair up and stack up as they make their way onto the front straightaway. That red Corvette of Tom Weglars has been quick all weekend long. He outqualified the rest of the field by almost 3 seconds, so all things being equal, should have no trouble disappearing into the sunset. But that's why we run the races. And there's the green flag. Weglars and Lecomte side by side as they make the run down toward turn 1. Weglars getting a little bit of a jump as he's weaving back and forth, getting a little temperature into the tires. If there's one disadvantage for these big high horsepower cars, it usually takes them a lap or two to get everything up to temperature. You can see the little Porsche of Tom McGlynn at 914 slotting into second spot, and then right behind him Scott Kissinger in that black Datsun 240Z. That Robin's Egg blue Camaro of Scott Shadell has picked up a couple spots, and he's chasing down Sean Brown in that little Ford Escort. This is a real David and Goliath kind of class. Some of these smaller, very nimble sports cars doing battle with these big, thundering V8s. And it's great to see the strengths that they each have in different parts of the racetrack. As the 240Z goes down to the inside of the 914. And they're still side by side as Tom McGlynn fights back with that little Porsche. 914 thought by some to be the best handling Porsche, one of the best handling Porsches ever with that mid-engine. And it's still only got a 4-cylinder air-cooled motor in the back. It's Lecomte with a bit of an advantage after this first lap, but Weglars is lurking there, and if past experience is any indication, it takes him a couple laps to get that car up on the boil, but then it's hard to beat. Right behind Scott Kissinger is that Camaro of Scott Shadell, the number 36, as they come on to the front straightaway. There's the Porsche and the Datsun going after it, as it looks like Kissinger is going to try to guard that inside line and see if he can take that position away. There's Shadell in that light blue Camaro lurking right behind those two, just waiting for an opportunity to use the horsepower advantage that he probably has over the two cars in front of him. And as you can see, they're a little handier through the twisty bits, and they can draw away till he gets to a point where he can apply that right foot to good effect. As we follow the battle for third and fourth, McGlynn and Kissinger. And Weglars has made up most of the ground that he lost on that first lap to Lecomte, as the Camaro and the Corvette go nose to tail. And here comes the 240Z and the 914. Beautiful paint job on both of those cars. The 914 multicolored, really pretty, green, purple, and white. As the overall leaders now, nose to tail. As Lecomte in the Camaro with that big red Corvette lurking. And this is where the Corvette really comes into its own. It can put the power down here on the front straightaway pretty handily. As they come to the line, Weglars is closing quickly as he comes up on the outside. Let's see if he's got enough to get it done here. Lecomte is going to try to keep him at bay by hugging that inside line, but that's going to cost him some exit speed, so we'll see if Weglars can take advantage. They are in two different classes. They're both Group 6 cars, but technically they don't need to tussle for the lead. They're already leading their respective classes, but of course everybody wants to win the overall. I mean, that's just part of racing. Lecomte draws away just a bit through the chicane there at turns 5 and 6. And then as they come under the walkover bridge down into turn 7, once again, Weglars can close right in on his back bumper, taking advantage of that big block Chevrolet horsepower. You can see Weglars right on the back bumper now of Lecomte. As it's, again, it takes a lap or two to get everything up to temperature, get the tires working, make sure the engine's happy. And Tom Weglars has not always been the quickest car at the early part of these sessions, but is frequently untouchable once everything gets up on the boil. As we follow this battle through turn 13 and the final turn, an equally pitched battle for third and fourth between the 240Z and the 914. Those two very evenly matched. As we look at qualifying times, they were within about half a second of each other. And here comes Weglars once again on the outside. This time, I think he had enough in hand to be able to blow by Lecomte. So now the question is, can he keep that position in the section of the racetrack where his car may be not quite as strong? But at the moment, he's got about a 3-car length advantage as Tom Weglars, the pole sitter, finally hits the front. Looking a little deeper in the pack, there's a pretty good race for 6th and 7th. Eric Ritchie in the number 27 Corvette, about a half a second in front of Doug Obermeyer in the number 14 Mustang. Going on just behind this battle we've been watching. As Weglars now beginning to stretch his legs a little bit as that car's starting to get away. But the 240Z of Scott Kissinger staying right with those big high horsepower cars in front of him, taking advantage of the great handling of that car. And the Porsche just behind him. Weglars beginning to stretch his advantage now up at the front. As he opens up a little bit of a gap there into turn 12. Quickly into the left-hander at 13. A little bit of a gap back to Scott Shadell in the number 36 Camaro. Not far behind him is Eric Ritchie in that number 27. And then here comes another good David and Goliath battle, the number 14 of Doug Obermeyer in that Mustang. And right behind him is Sean Brown in the much more contemporary Ford Escort, as they're putting the last place car a lap down, Michael Noble. Look at that little Escort get up on the cam. And he can stay right with that Mustang until they get down to the end. In fact, he's coming under some pressure from Eric Ritchie in the Corvette, the number 27. We watch Lecomte, Kissinger, and McGlynn. Scott Kissinger in the 240Z just set the fast lap of the race at a 1:41.9. And that's quicker by almost a second than he qualified the car. So the car is really happy in this race conditions. As you can see, Weglar's getting away, and Lecomte is going to lose second spot here as Kissinger in the 240Z trying to take advantage of the superior handling of that car. It's quite a bit lighter, I'm sure, as well. And he's dragging the Tom McGlynn Porsche right with him. Oh, and McGlynn goes late on the brakes into turn 12 to try to make that pass on Kissinger and gets it done. So the Porsche of Tom McGlynn up into third spot. Up onto the banking they come, as Weglar's beginning to get away at the front. We'll see if Kissinger and McGlynn can have a repeat of that little contretemps there at turn number 12. As McGlynn made a late braking maneuver. I think maybe surprised Scott Kissinger just a bit. You understand the 21 of Alan Benjamin in the 964 Cup car had a problem, but has been able to continue. Here's our leader, Tom Weglars, who has retaken fast lap of the race at a 41.3. Nowhere near his qualifying pace at a 38.3. Samuel Lecomte in the Camaro, number 67. His last lap was a 44.1. Tom McGlynn in the Porsche and Scott Kissinger in the Datsun just behind him. Weglar is really stretching his legs now. It's, just as we said, it takes a lap or two for that car to get up on song, but then it's pretty tough to beat. But this was a great battle. Look at this little Porsche snuggled right up on the back of the Camaro of Samuel Lecomte. And really can eat him up on the twisty bits. Now Lecomte can get his right foot down and take advantage of the V8 to draw away. Tom McGlynn right out to the wall, coming onto the front straightaway. Scott Kissinger a few car lengths back there in that fourth place car. Here's the battle that we were watching earlier. Sean Brown in the little Ford Escort. Eric Ritchie out in front of him, right behind him, or the 27 right behind him, Eric Ritchie in the Corvette. Doug Obermeyer in the Mustang just in front of him. Ritchie closing up on the back. We go back to our second place battle once again with Lecomte in the Camaro and McGlynn in the Porsche. It's great to see how these disparate race cars have their strengths in different spots on the racetrack. As you would expect, the cars with the bigger power plants have the advantage on the straight line bits, but the lighter cars much more nimble in the twisty bits, carrying much more mid-corner speed and able to make up the ground. So they're turning virtually identical lap times. McGlynn's last lap was a 43.1. Lecomte's last lap was a 43.6, so they're within a half a second of each other lap time. Oh, Lecomte goes too deep, and once again, Tom McGlynn takes advantage. As that little Porsche is able to dive down to the inside as Lecomte left his braking a little bit too late. I think he was feeling the pressure And it could well be that, on a hot day like this, the tires getting a little hot, the brakes getting a little hot. In these heavy braking zones, it may be that the Camaros at a little bit of a disadvantage. They're coming up on a lapped car just in front of them. That's Michael Noble in that Alpha. Again, he's had kind of a troubled weekend, but he's out there circulating, and that's great to see. And Scott Kissinger working his way around that as well. So Lecomte retook that position again on the front straightaway where that Camaro is really strong, but you can see he's really fighting for traction as that car trying to get out from under him as he works his way through turn number 4 and then heads for the chicane. Once again, just a little bit of advantage as he works on that on the loud pedal. A little deeper in the pack, we go to the number 11. That's John Miller in his Corvette. And just behind him is the Lexus IS300 of Ron Pauley. Pauley in that 04 Lexus. It's a Grand Am Cup car, running in the ST1 class back in the day. It's a 2004 Lexus. As our second place battle continues, we're into turn 12. Once again, Lecomte is late on the brakes as he dares, knowing that McGlynn is right there to pounce. But at this point, he's been able to hang on to that second spot. See if McGlynn can find a way back around. Just about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes remaining. McGlynn goes right out to the edge of the wall. We understand we'll see the white flag next time by. While Lecomte and McGlynn have been battling one another, Scott Kissinger has been not letting the grass grow under his feet, and he's a little quicker than McGlynn on that last lap at a 44.5. As the Mustang and the Corvette, the two Corvettes, I should say, now going side by side. The 14 and the 27. That's Doug Obermeyer in the 14. Eric Ritchie in the 27. Obermeyer able to hold him off as it looked like that might be a position change. The Mustang out in front of them. Sean Brown has not come by in the Escort, so perhaps a problem. Oh, no, he's in front of that pair. My bad. Sean Brown in the 85. Just ahead of that battle. Meanwhile, we have a look at our overall leader, Tom Weglars, as he has marched away to the tune of almost 7.5 seconds. As he is working his way through turn 11 and 12, he'll be coming to the white flag, indicating 1 lap to go next time by. It's a 1969 Chevy Corvette. That's a C3, third generation Corvette. But this is the battle we're watching as we come to the white flag. We'll see if McGlynn has been keeping any aces up his sleeve. And Scott Kissinger is not going away, just behind him. After McGlynn made that sort of surprise pass on Kissinger a few laps ago, he kind of had to recollect himself, and here they come to the white flag. Let's see how this three-way battle for second, third, and fourth shakes up. Scott Shadell a bit further back. Here's the battle between the Mustang of Doug Obermeyer and Rick Ortman in the number 14 Corvette. Right behind them is Eric Ritchie in the 27. Ortman looking strong here. He's going to try to make a move on this final lap. Let's see if he's got anything. Meanwhile, our leader just now coming into turn number 7. No challenge from behind. And then the battle, right behind it, the battle for second is a goodie. As Lecomte and McGlynn continue their duel. Look at McGlynn right on his tail. And here comes Scott Kissinger. This race is going to be about a lap too short for this to be an entertaining battle here. Here comes McGlynn. He's going to tighten up the exit of turn 10, now to 11. Kissinger is lurking there in the background. Is McGlynn going to try his outbraking maneuver again here? No, he's going to stay in line. Let's see if he can do anything. I think he's at a disadvantage now because unless Lecomte makes a big mistake right about here, McGlynn won't have enough horsepower to catch him. But look at Kissinger reeling them both in here in the run to the line. Weglars takes the checkered flag in the win, but here comes the battle for second. Lecomte out in front. Kissinger giving it a go for third. He's going to end up about a car length short of retaking that spot. So Weglars takes the win. Lecomte in second. McGlynn holds on for third. Scott Kissinger in fourth. Here comes Scott Shadell in that number 36 Camaro. And Sean Brown in the number 85 Ford Escort RS, all by himself in sixth position as he takes the checkered flag. Oh, and it looks like we may have a spin. There we go. The 14 goes around and into the wall. Doug Obermeyer lost it coming out of turn 13 as he got the power down a little too aggressively, and around it went to him, and he pancaked the wall. And you can see a little steam coming up, which usually indicates that radiator fluid is leaking, so we may have another extended cleanup here. As Obermeyer doing his best to keep Eric Ritchie behind him, and he really needn't have pushed all that hard. Ritchie was quite a ways back. Or that was Ortman, excuse me. The 14 is the one who spun. So on the cool down lap, Tom Weglars takes the win. Let's review our class leaders in each case. Weglars only had one other combatant in his class, and that was Colby Hillman in number 73. So Weglars takes the win. In the 6 TA class, Lecomte was the only competitor. Tom McGlynn in the 12 MP1 class takes the win in the 8A Porsche. Scott Kissinger comes up just over a tenth of a second short. He'll take second place. Sean Brown in the Escort finishes in third. In the TAS category, Scott Shadell takes the win over Doug Obermeyer in the 14. In 12 MP2, Ron Cheka, your winner in the 89B BMW M3. Alan Benjamin in the 21 964 Cup car. Adam Golightly in the 487 Porsche 944, retired after just 3 laps. And that's it for all the contested classes. Of course, vehicles at the scene of the spin involving the Corvette there at the Rick Ortman, the 14A Corvette there at the exit of turn 14. Had a bit of a tank slapper as he tried to get on the power just a little too quickly at the exit of 13. And it started to get away from him, and attempting to catch it, it finally looped and made contact with the retaining wall at the outside of turn 14. So we'll get that car recovered and probably get a little more kitty litter down on the racetrack before we can send out our next race. We have a track inspection built into this gap, so we'll be able to gobble up a little of that extra time, but we're already past the time when we should have been starting our International GT race number 2. So as of this moment, we're about 5 minutes behind schedule. So we've made up a little bit of time. We've got 2 more SVRA races this afternoon. The International GT race number 2, followed by the stock car race, and then the Ragtime Racers take the track, and the BMW Car Club drivers get the last bite of the apple for their second sprint race. Safety crews here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway as good as they come, and these drivers certainly appreciate all the hard work that these folks do to keep the racetrack safe. And they're going to winch that car up onto the tilt bed. Already brushing in the oil dry. They'll get a blower out here to get the worst of the oil dry out of the way once we get the car recovered. But again, it'll be just a little bit of a delay before we get ready for our next race, so that'll give us time to listen to some of the podium celebrations. Eric Whitnable hosting our SVRA podiums down at ground level, not far from where I'm commenting from, overlooking the yard of bricks. Eric's herding the last of the podium finishers into the podium area, so he'll be taking it over. Meanwhile, we'll get a good look at the recovery work from the hardworking course marshals here. While we're waiting for the podium celebrations to get back underway, we've had another opportunity for our great crew at Live Race Services to interview a couple of our Formula Regional Americas drivers about what it's all about to drive for the powerhouse Crosslink Kiwi team and what it's like not to.
Yeah, it's great having a lot of teammates and also very good teammates. My main championship rivals are my teammates with Patrick and Ryan. And we can see each other's video and data, so it's kind of hard to hide from each other sometimes. So you do have to work together, but when you're on track, since there's so many of us, you still kind of have to race them like anyone else. And yeah, it's great to have you learn so much from experienced teammates and fast teammates, a lot more than you would without any or slow ones, so it's good.
It makes it easy and tough at the same time. I mean, we have data shared and video shared between us, so everything that I do, the other guys are able to copy, but as well, everything they do, I'm able to copy. So it helps us overall become faster, but also makes us a lot closer. I think if we were all individually doing our own thing,
all
the
right,
results
our
would look a little bit
friends in
different.
Group 6, 8,
but at the end
and
of the
12.
day, it's a team, and we got to work together. And if one of us is doing well, then it's a win for all of us.
I mean, we see each other's data and videos, so it's really easy to compare to your teammates. And it's good that we're usually all the quickest or up there, so we usually have access to P1's data, so that's always good. But yeah, you do start to see, kind of driving styles or little quirks or techniques over the season for your teammates.
It's interesting because they're all around you, right? So you're always like talking or seeing each other walking around. It's definitely really interesting because we also share the data, which is super nice. So we know where we're supposed to be at. So I can go look at one of the other drivers' data and be like, okay, that's what he's doing, which is a huge benefit, right? Like the other guys can't really do that because the fastest guys are under our tent, right? So they can't really take our data. But yeah, it's definitely cool having them around and talking, and everyone has different experiences, right? So like this guy will drive this way, and just like kind of like learning from them as well is really cool.
Well, honestly, when you get behind the wheel and you get out on the track, everyone is competition. So it actually really helps us. Everyone's quicker because there's more of us. We get to see things that other teams that don't have as much data don't see. We can try different strategies and change setups on the cars, and it's very, very technical. Racing is just a little bit in the car, and 90% of it is done in the trailer with the engineers and the mechanics doing setups and making changes. Data is everything.
Yeah, obviously I don't have anything to compare to, so except the lap times, but you can't really see that much out of that. But I mean, we just need to work on that and work forward. So it would be easier if you have data to look at to see the difference. If you're slow in that corner, it's difficult to know when you're the only one to look at. You can only really look at the video and see if you're doing anything wrong.
which is raced between 1973 and 5 years from today, so 1973 to like 2019. Those are sports cars and sedans raced. So we've got a lot of different race cars there. Michelle, we ready to get started? Let's just bring up Michael Moore in the 80. Where is Michael? He's representing, where is that car? Michael. Nobile, that's better. Michael Noble, we'll get it ready because there's folks out there who want to know that. Say hi to your friends out there in IT land.
Mike Noble from Elyria, Ohio.
Elyria, Ohio. I'm from Medina, so, you know, we're neighbors just about. Michael, tell us a little bit about the Group 8 car that you're driving.
Well, it's a 72 Alfa Romeo Spider Veloce, and it's just a fun little roadster to drive and a very safe car. Not that fast, but it's got a slower driver.
That seems like they're kind of matched pair, is it there? Pretty good?
Absolutely.
Anybody you'd like to thank for your race today?
Just the guys who are helping me get the car ready, and Greg Limber from Elyria, and Daryl's Car Care from Elyria, Ohio.
Excellent. We'll put you up, our single representative of Group 8. Go ahead and grab Michelle over there. She will get your hardware and photograph there as well. I'm going to bring up, while we're talking and celebrating Michael Noble, Michael's going to get up there on the top of the step. We'll get his photo. I'm going to start bringing up our Group 6 cars. There was a whole bunch of different ones. Let's bring up Group 6 AP. We've got Eric Ritchie in the 27. Where's Eric? There he is. Eric, good to see you again, Eric. You know my name's Eric. So tell us a little bit about the 27. What kind of car is it?
Well, it's a 67 Corvette, and it's got SCCA, Trans Am, and IMSA history, so it's a real neat car. It's 427. No replacement for displacement, they'd say, right? Anybody you'd like to thank for your race today? I'd just like to thank my wife for being my crew chief and helping me bleed the brakes.
All right. It's the double duty that she's doing there for you. Okay, we'll put you up P1 over there. Michelle has your hardware for you. Thank you for joining us for that. That is Eric Ritchie in the 27, our sole representing 6 AP. We're going to now come to 6 GT. Where's Colby Hillman? Colby, I think there he is. Another one of our Pittsburgh drivers coming back to Indy here. So what's different? You were at Pittsburgh to Indy. What's a little different about the track here?
A lot more, well, Pittsburgh's got a lot more turns, and it's on top of a mountain, so it was a continuous 25-mile-an-hour wind the whole weekend. Here it's sunny and beautiful. I'd like to thank everybody at Concierge. They do a fantastic job on the car. It came out of Pittsburgh a little bit wounded, and they got it back going, and so it's going pretty good now.
Excellent. Glad you got those demons sorted out. We'll put you up over here. We're going to take you on the podium. Michelle has your hardware for you. That's Colby Hillman, the 73. Joining Colby is Tom Weglary. Weglars. Now, we were following you. Did you end up getting P1 overall? Is that where you ended up? P1 in the overall classes of all these cars. So tell us about your race a little bit. How was it out there? Leading flag to flag?
No. So, yeah, started on pole, but Sam got me on the start there. You know, we had a couple things we did to the car where really had to get things seated in at the start. It couldn't really go quite as hard as I wanted. And so Sam, he got me back on the brakes good and was ahead of me, and I was just sort of sat back and watched him, you know, try to stay up there and sort of burn up his tires trying as hard as he could. And, you know, 100 cubic inches helps a lot, right? So,
Folks you like to thank?
Yeah, my dad.
Yeah?
I mean, yeah, he's right there.
Dad! I guess you have a theme
My
here with the
family.
Group 9 cars here as well. So lots of little folks here. If you'd like to bring them up, anybody else, go ahead and have them up. Michelle will take you up there. So that's P1 in Group, we call that 6 GT. Yep, go ahead and grab Michelle if you want to bring your fan section over there. We love kids and puppies, so they're growing, aren't they? They were a little smaller last year. All right, we'll let that happen. I want to move over to our 6 TAS. We said that's Trans Am. Doug Obermeyer. Doug in the 14. Doug made it here, didn't he? Where he is? There he is, Doug. He's out in the grandstands. Doug, tell us a little bit about your car. I think I see it there, the green Mustang.
Yes, it's the Gotta Have It green Ford color 1968 Mustang 302 4-speed Jericho transmission.
And we called these the TAS because they were spec of that era and kind of brought back to the spec of the Trans Am series of that time.
Exactly. You know, cast iron heads, cast iron block, brakes of period correct time. So a car is prepared as it was back as it raced in that era.
That's what we love about these cars. All right, we'll put you up P3 today. That's Doug Obermeyer. Scott Shadle. Where's Scott? Scott, we were watching you, but kind of a mid-pack race for you today. But tell us a little bit more about your race.
Well, there's not a lot to say. Sam was way faster, so we sat back there, and we're just happy to finish in front of Doug.
All right. We'll have him talk about that a little bit later. There's Scott Shadle in the 36. And we heard about Sam LeCompte earlier. Sam, you're P1 in Group 6 TAS. Didn't get the overall, but tell us about your race.
Oh, it was awesome. That Corvette's just stupid fast. And, you know, on the start, I'm saying to myself, if I get him on the start, I might have him like a lap or two, and that's about it. And sure as heck, I don't know what I'm doing on the start, but I got him on the outside and come in and kept it 3 laps. I kept watching him, and here he comes. I'm like, damn it. So he gets by me. Then I look in the back of my rearview mirror, and I see the black dots in the back there in that Porsche. I'm like, oh, God, here we go. So I try to keep my pace, and I was losing my brakes and tires, but it was a hell of a race. And Tony puts on a good event here, and we come every year, and it's just a blast. And I would thank Concio Motorsports and all my crew, and they bust their ass to get the cars up here. And, you know, I raced with Joe Nemechek, and I thank him. And he's a mentor, and we do a lot of things together, but it's a real good time. It really is.
Thanks, Sam. We know that you're quite a name here around the paddock, so thanks for being here. We'll put you up P1. This is a full podium we have here. Sam's taking the top step. Group 6 TAS for our Trans Am spec. Let's hear it for them. We're going to jump over to our Group 12 cars now. So I'd like to talk with 12A. Where's Clay Hargett? Clay, are you here? Clay, tell us a little bit about the car you brought to us to show off.
It's a 2013 Boss S Mustang. It was an IMSA car in 13, 14, and now it's not.
All right, some folks you'd like to thank before you step up on the podium.
Let's start with SVRA, the Galza registration, the folks that work the grid. Man, my gosh, I mean, seriously, stand out there all freaking day.
Our grid workers are some of the hardest working folks here at the track. So
Absolutely.
Let's put you up P2 in that group, 12A. John Miller. John, how did you best him today?
He hit the wall.
Oh, that's right. I have to remember that's our 14 over there, didn't we?
Yeah, that's my buddy. He's my buddy, and I mean, it just.
I hope you heard he was okay. So.
That's good.
Yeah, it's okay.
He's. Calm down, dummy. Okay, had a great time, man. You guys do a great thing here, and we really appreciate it.
Tell us a little bit more about the car that you're bringing to us as well.
I'm in a 1989 stock L98, nothing done to it, new set of plugs, changed the oil before we come out, and let her rip. And she does real well, but she is a relatively stock L98 motor. The suspension on that car was set up really well, and that car handles like it's on rails, and I can usually outbrake anything out there. That's how we win it.
That's how we did it. Okay, we'll put you up P1. At this point, we're hoping that everything's good with our comrade out there as well. Lots of friends out there. We got to make sure everybody stays safe. This is 12A. As Michelle gets the photo there, we'll now finish off. We're at 12B. Where's Sean Brown? Here he is. No, it's Robert. Co-driver. Somebody jumped in. Robert, what's your last name?
Brown.
Robert, is your brother?
Sean's my dad.
Oh, your dad. Is he around here somewhere? There he is. All right. Well, we'll get that worked out. So what car are you running?
That's the Ford Escort Mark 1.
That's the sedan we were talking about earlier, right?
That's the one, yes. Yeah, it's a really nimble car. Not very much power, though.
Beautiful car going around the track. We'll put you up P3 in our 12B group. And not Sean Brown, but Robert. Robert Brown. We'll change that. We have pens and pencils for that. Scott Kissinger. Scott, where are you? What car did you bring to race with us this weekend?
71 Datsun 240Z, the black one.
The black one?
Black Z car in the world.
I saw that car coming down the back straightaway. I'd never seen a Z car go that fast before.
It goes pretty good.
How about anybody you'd like to thank for being here today?
Absolutely. I got to thank my wife, my brother, my friend Lippy and his wife. We do it ourselves.
Happy to have you representing Group 12B, P2. That's Scott Kissinger. And then Tom McGlynn, there he is, in the Porsche. Now, we always have to talk. Is it Porsche or Porsche?
Yes.
There you go. Very good. Either way. So you were dicing it up with the Mustangs. Everybody has said you were filling their meters up. Tell us about your race.
I thought it was going to be easy. And then I got around, I got past, and then I thought, oh, well, this will be easy to get back around them. That was not the case at all. And the whole thing was really exciting and fun, and everyone kept their wits about them, except me for a second, but we worked it out.
Well, you finished. You're here. It didn't look like there's too many dented fenders. Anybody you'd like to thank before we put you up P1?
Yeah, 901 shop did a great job. They always do a great job with any Porsche thing, and especially in 914, so they really know what they're doing there.
All right, let's have you join your friends in 12B over in the final podium of our race group here. This was 6, 8, 12A and 12B. Quite a bit of different race cars in that podium area. And Michelle will have your summit certificates there. All of our podium participants here get their summit certificates, $50. I should have been reminding all our other folks, give them to somebody who won't lose them, because there's a very important code on that piece of paper. All right, thanks for joining us here at the podium. It sounds like we still have a little cleanup going out there, and but we're happy to hear that our driver is okay from that incident.
Thanks to Eric Whitnable. Great job on the podium. It looks like the cleanup work is just about complete. So we are gridding our International GT cars for their second sprint race of the day. If I could have your attention in the paddock, please. Just bear in mind, we are running a few minutes behind schedule. So if you are in the International GT, the Group 10 stock cars, the Ragtime Racers, or the BMW America classes, we are a bit behind schedule, as we're about a half an hour behind schedule as it runs right now. So plan accordingly for the balance of the day. Once again, we're running about 30 minutes behind the published schedule, so please plan accordingly. And here come the International GT cars as we're getting ready for their second race of the day. They had a sprint race earlier this morning, which was a dandy. Let's introduce the starters. By the way, in addition to the International GT cars, we also have some of our Group 10 GT cars as well. Nabu Asai in car number 31 starts, or in 31st position, car number 36, Nabu Asai in his Porsche GT3 Cup. Then we've got the 20A of David Roberts in his Porsche Club Sport. Lance Smith next to him in the 48 Corvette. The 14th row has the 31 of Rick Wolfser in a Camaro, and the 17 of Henry Najim in a Ferrari 430 Challenge. In row 13, the 27 of Manuel Gil de Real in a Porsche GT3, and the 56 of Rich Marzial in an AMG GT3. Row 12, the 69 of Ben Bowles in a TA2 Camaro, and the 54 of Bruce Raymond in a Ford Mustang TA2 Club car. The 33 of Edward Savagian in another Camaro from TA2 Club, and the 07 of Ethan Barker in another TA2 Club Camaro. Finally, John Atwell in a TA2 Club Ford Mustang at the front of that group. Now, the first front wave are all from International GT. Starting alone in the 9th row is the 288 of Sebastian Coppola in the Ferrari 458 Challenge car. In row 9, we have the 28 of Larry Wexler in his Porsche Cayman, and Mark Cook in his number 581 Cayman. In row 8, car number 20, Javier Leos in his Cayman, and Mike Ward in his 07 Cayman. And we've got in row 7 the 110 of Jimmy and Tom McGlynn in their GT 3.6 Porsche GT3 Cup car. And then David Hampton in the only 4-liter Cayman in the field in car number 14. All the rest, all the way forward, are from the GT3 Cup class. Mark Julian is in the number 87 3.8-liter car. And we've got the 176 of James Hammond in the 4-liter car. The 85 of Paul Mortimer in another 4-liter car. And then the 49 of Jordan Sandridge in a 3.8-liter. And we've got in row 4 the 191 of Javier Ripoll in a 3.8-liter. And the 188 of Thomas Ballister in a 3.8. In row 3, the 58 of Mark Sandridge in a 4-liter car. And then the 37 of Jay Smith in a 4.R car. Stephen Hammond will start outside of row 2 in the 72 in a 4-liter car. And David Twatty in the number 68 4.R car. The front row, Lucas Pank in the number 40 GT4R, or 4.0, excuse me, and his dad, Tom Pank, starts on the pole in the number 42 GT4R category. So it'll be a 2-wave start with the IGT cars at the front, and then the rest of the Trans Am 2 Cup and 10 GT cars just behind them as the IGT wave comes off of the final turn. Onto the front straightaway. You can see a little oil dry still there after the cleanup from the last race. And the green flag flies, and the two Panks are side by side. David Twatty's going to make it 3 wide heading down to turn 1. Twatty on the inside, and he's going to try to outbrake Tom Pank. It looks like he's gotten it done. Lucas thinking about going around the outside, and Lucas takes the spot as it appears. Not far behind is Stephen Hammond in the red machine as he slots into 4th. As Tom Pank getting shuffled back just a little bit, but that's kind of similar to what we saw earlier on. Lucas able to jump out in front, and Tom was able to reel him in at the end of the race. Tom taking the top spot in qualifying as they work their way down the Holman Straight. Pank back in front now as Twatty gets shuffled back to second as the second wave just now taking the green flag of the TA2 Cup cars and the rest of the GT field. You can see them slotting down toward turn 1. John Atwell in that red, white, and blue number 02 with the advantage, but right on the outside of him, Ethan Barker in the black and green Camaro. Tries to go around the outside, not able to get it done. Atwell holds on to the top spot. Meanwhile, we go back to the IGT cars. Tom Pank, as the third group takes the checkers, or takes the green, should we say, not the checkers, not quite yet. Rich Marzial at the head of that group in the number 56 AMG. Lucas Pank, your leader. David Twatty in second. Stephen Hammond in third. Tom Pank in fourth. Javier Ripoll just behind him. Then Jay Smith, Mark Sandridge, Paul Mortimer, Thomas Ballister, and Jordan Sandridge. That's your top 10 from the International GT Wave as they continue their race. And then here comes the second wave with the TA2 Cup cars. It was John Atwell at the point when last we saw them, and he's still there with Ethan Barker not that far back in the 07 as they come through turn number 13 and begin the run onto the front straightaway to complete their first flying lap. Just behind them, the 33 car of Ed Savagian. As all three of those TA2 Cup cars. Again, this is the new class started just this year for drivers who are not regulars in the TA2 series to get a little extra track time and have an opportunity to perhaps look toward a full-time ride in Trans Am 2 next season. There goes Rich Marzial in that AMG GT3, well out in front of the third wave. Lucas Pank, David Twatty just now comes by. Stephen Hammond not that far back. Tom Pank not that far back. The top four separated by just over 3 seconds. Javier Ripoll a little further up the road in the 5th position. Jay Smith just behind him. Mark Sandridge challenging there, and Paul Mortimer right behind Sandridge in the 85 car. Joining me in the commentary booth is Ken Fengler, the voice of the International GT. Ken, I know you always like to see your boys away down at the false grid, but we are racing in earnest here.
Yes, we are, and I know we were going to have a split start, but I didn't know it was a split start. And then if you included the emergency services vehicles, it would be split start. So
exactly.
I don't know who's winning, but I saw those two emergency service vehicles. They're doing pretty good out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're probably leading, actually.
But nonetheless, we are racing, and it looks like things are going along. And, we had a great first race this morning.
We did.
And just FYI, there was a penalty involved. We had awarded, and on the first go-round, Tom Pank was the overall winner with David Twatty second, and that did reverse due to a penalty for Tom Pank, who had some mechanical problems, which is why he ended up back. He had fuel pressure problems and some other things, but let's just say he had some issues, and so that put him back, and nonetheless, it was still a very good race.
While we were talking, Stephen Hammond was able to reel in Tom Pank and take over the lead. So Hammond now at the point in the red number 72. Tom Pank in the green and blue number 42. Javier Rapol up to third spot. Paul Mortimer in fourth. Where is Lucas?
Yes, where is Lucas?
Lucas is all the way back in 18th, so clearly something has gone awry.
That's either mechanically or driving-wise.
Or his transponder isn't working. I'm not sure which. Anything is possible. But Lucas has not come by, so
David Hampton up to 10th overall, I see, in a 4-liter Cayman. Having a good run here. As I said, he struggled a bit at Lime Rock. Had good runs in California. Kind of doing all duty for running SVRA, Trans Am, and International GT. Getting plenty of track time.
David Twatty into the pit lane with an issue. Makes me wonder if he and Lucas had a coming together at some point, but we did not see that on camera. As one of the TA2 Cup cars being overhauled by some of the GT3 machinery from that final wave. Rich Marzial in that beautiful AMG GT3 well out in front of that grouping.
Yeah, certainly our leaders had some type of disagreement on track, which is disappointing because they ran so well this morning. And but right now, Stephen Hammond has got the bit and along and making up time for this morning's race. Doing well, staying ahead of Tom Pank. Again, same thing as yesterday, though, in qualifying. Track is warmer. It's gotten much warmer temperatures. We saw 27s this morning. Good track conditions. I don't think we'll see that in this particular race in this long, warm, sunny afternoon.
So we're hearing that Tom Pank also had an issue. We're hearing the 42 had a spin, but has continued. So there he is. No, that's not him. Sorry. Similar color scheme, just backwards. So we'll have to sort it out as they come back around. Trying to keep track of 3 races going on simultaneously does make my head spin just a little bit. As we're seeing the 85 car of Paul Mortimer working his way forward. And that's Javier Rapol right next to him, I believe. And that's a battle for position, third in the overall as they come to the line. So it is Mortimer up into third spot. Rapol back to fourth. Mark Sandrich just now flashes by. There's Jay Smith, Thomas Balliser. So you follow the 85 on camera of Paul Mortimer after making that pass. He started back in 10th position and has worked his way up to third right now with the problems of some of the cars in front of him, but he's showing great pace as well. Paul, one of those drivers we talked about earlier, Ken, doing kind of double dipping this weekend, running with one of the SVRA classes as well to get a little extra track time. And it looks like that's
paying off very well. Yeah, good run for Paul. Absolutely. 901 shop and doing a great job. Running in the top 5. As is Javier Rapol in a 3.8 liter. staying ahead of Thomas Ballister, who's in 7th overall, but 3.8 class, first and second. It's Javier and then Thomas. James Hammond not too far behind. I spoke with James before he got in the car, and he had a mechanical issue, had a rebuilt motor, but the new motor must put out too much on the emissions side, and the catalytic converter was plugged.
Oh, dear.
Right. Yeah. I said, hey, I know some guys in Jersey who steal those things. You know, they could have come by and pulled that thing off for you. But,
don't sell your platinum stock.
Yeah,
just yet.
exactly. So, anyway, he was hopeful. He said he was glad and hopeful for this next race, but he said he's run out of excuses. So, there are no excuses at this point.
Great battle here between Stephen Hammond and Tom Pank. This is for the overall lead and in IGT. As those two locked together at the line, it was just about a quarter of a second separating those two. As they have put some distance on Paul Mortimer, almost 8.5 seconds. Back to the third place runner, Mortimer. As these two heading down the Holman Straight into turn number 7. Stephen Hammond in the GT 4.0 class and Tom Pank in the GT 4.R class with the slightly more updated aerodynamics. As they weave their through that tight and twisty 8 and 9 segment on the way to turn 10 here, which feeds onto the oval. Tom Pank getting a run. He's going to try to dive down to the inside of turn 12. Makes it happen, but he goes too deep. And that allows Hammond to get right back around him. So Tom Pank just a little too late on the brakes, I'm afraid. He made the pass stick, but he couldn't complete the turn. He's going to have to climb that paddle all over again, I think. Climb that mountain, I meant to say. Yeah.
That's the important part.
Yep, there you go. We're just past half distance, about 9.5 minutes still remaining. Hammond with the point. Tom Pank in second.
Stuttgart Cup is playing out pretty much as it did this morning. David Hampton in first in the 4-liter class. Mike Ward second, 3.8. Larry Wexler doing a good job coming up in the 28 car, the 3.8 liter, ahead of Mark Cook. Mark Cook was on the podium. Larry was not, but this may be this afternoon's race for Larry Wexler to make his podium debut.
Looking at the TA2 Cup cars, John Atwell still leading in the 02. And not that far behind him is Ethan Barker in the 07. Just behind him, Edward Savagian in the 33. Rich Marzial in that AMG. Javier Leos doing a nice job, up into 18th position overall, as he's right on the tail end of the Cayman class.
Yeah, 3 cars kind of hooked together. Larry Wexler, Mark Cook, Javier Leos. 3.8 liter cars, those are right together in the Stuttgart Cup.
Meanwhile, back at the front, Stephen Hammond picking his way through traffic, as he will be for the rest of the way here. And Tom Pank pedaling hard to see if he can catch up. Let's see what the lap times look like here to see if Pank is in recovery mode. Just about identical lap times, so they're about 1.5 seconds apart. But traffic can be a factor. As they come down into turn 1, it looks like Stephen Hammond getting balked just a little bit by one of the slower cars who pulls over to let him through. We'll see if Tom Pank is accorded the same courtesy. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Meanwhile, the Rich Marzial AMG 3, one of the fastest cars on the racetrack, capable of pace to run at the front of the IGT field, has been picking his way through the TA2 Cup cars. And now he's right on the tail end of Sebastian Coppola in the Ferrari, and just goes by him. Sebastian Coppola, the only competitor for the Maranello Cup in this race. Here's a look at our second place TA2 Cup car, Ethan Barker in that 07 Chevy Camaro. Trying to do battle with John Atwell in the Mustang, the 02, just in front of him. Mustang's starting to get away just a little bit, so Barker pedaling hard to stay with him. Edward Savagian a ways behind the two of them.
like Tom Pank is creeping up on Stephen Hammond there as he flashed by the start-finish there.
Yeah, I don't think creeping is the right word. I think he is downright there.
Yeah.
Stephen Hammond's got his hands full. As we stay with this lead battle. Just passing 6 minutes to go, so a handful of laps remaining. As these cars lapping at about a minute and a half a lap. But Tom Pank made up the ground that he lost with that braking maneuver that didn't quite go the way he had hoped it would a few laps ago.
Tom had clicked off a lap about a second faster than Stephen, but certainly that was his clear sail lap and no traffic and an opportunity. So he in car is capable of doing so. But, you know, it's luck of the draw as now the chess game starts with lap traffic and so forth. So we'll see where this ends up.
Pank gets a good run off of turn 11, or turn 10 into turn 11. He's going to try to go around the outside this time in that outbraking maneuver. That should set him up to be in where he wants to be for turn 13. And he puts the nose ahead. Now, can he keep the position, or can Hammond do the over-under? Hammond's car getting a little squirrely as he tries to get the power down. But Pank gets it done and is back to the front, as they say. He's across the stripe with about 5 minutes remaining. Tom Pank retakes the lead, but Stephen Hammond is right on his rear wing. Hammond's going to go to the outside to see if he can use that lapped car as a pick. The lapped car stays out of the way, and Pank able to hang on to his lead for the moment.
Good battle going on up the front.
You betcha. Just what we love to see in International GT. Two drivers very equally matched, giving each other racing room. As they come on to the Holman Straight with clear traffic up in front. Hammond going to go to the outside down at turn 7. That forces Pank to go defensive. He goes a little too deep on the brakes. Hammond is there, side-by-side racing. The mirrors are still intact, so they haven't quite gotten to that point yet. As Tom Pank takes the lead, Hammond didn't quite get the run through turn 10 that I think he would have hoped for. Is Pank able to stretch that advantage just a little bit? Let's see if Stephen Hammond's car might be trimmed out a little more, and he's got a little better straight line speed, perhaps.
Well, you know, it is trimmed out in that he has less body work and less drag, no doubt. That's an R versus a 4-liter car, and the skinny car of Stephen Hammond does come into play on the straights, you know.
Yep. Yeah, you can see Pank's car is definitely wider.
Yes, body work-wise, no doubt.
Yeah, so it punches a much bigger hole in the air as the white flag is up. So this is the final lap. Tom Pank at the line had a 1.3 second advantage. But these drivers are all going to have to negotiate traffic on the way to the checkered flag.
Still a good run for Paul Mortimer, Javier Ripoll. Mark Sandrich moves into third. Jay Smith in the catbird seat back there in 5th and 6th, just watching all this stuff up front. Thomas Ballister.
Rich Marziali in that AMG. He's 15th overall, but leading that third wave by a pretty comfortable margin. And here comes the overall lead battle, right in the thick of traffic. Sebastian Coppola, I believe, just now going a lap down, but he moves aside to allow these two front runners by. And Tom Pank appears to have this one in hand as they are just a couple corners away from the run to the flag. Pank has got lots of traffic in front, but all he has to do is keep them out of his way, and he should be on his way to another first across the stripe. And Tom Pank takes the checkered flag. Stephen Hammond home in second. Here comes Paul Mortimer. He's a bit up the road. There he is across the line.
Good run for those three cars.
Yeah, Javier Ripoll just behind him, only a second back. And Mark Sandrich came close to taking over that fourth spot as he was only half a second back at the line. Jay Smith about 7 seconds behind them in sixth spot. There's Thomas Ballister. Now we're waiting on James Hammond. He's next across the line.
Good run for James.
Yep.
Redeemed himself, catalytic converter and all.
Yes, sir.
Top 10 finished in a very good finish. I think second or third on the podium in 4-liter class.
Rich Marzial has caught the leader of the second wave, the TA2 Cup lead. So he will come by in 12th position in that AMG. But take nothing away from John Atwell as he'll take the win in TA2 Cup in the Mustang. Ethan Barker, second. Edward Savagian coming to the line. He will take third place honors in TA2 Cup. The last of the GT wave. Manuel Gil de Real, Rick Wolofser in his Camaro, David Roberts in his Club Sport as they come to the line. I think that's everybody having seen the checkers.
Good run. Yeah, and good run. Good second race. We will get on with tomorrow's 60-minute enduro first thing at 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Usually that's when the deck is totally reshuffled. Pit stop involved. Lots of strategy involved in that one.
Yep.
We see some, maybe the usual suspects that are up front won't be and so forth, but it's always exciting to see and entertaining, so to speak. And so I'd like to thank you for the invite here on behalf of International GT. Our marketing partners, Mission Foods and Pirelli Tires, and our sponsors, Fixie Wheels, Detroit Watch Company, our official vendors, Sunoco Race Fuels, Stand 21, and Speedcom. Thank you very much for the invite. It's been a pleasure and a wonderful afternoon of racing here. First time as is for International GT here at the Brickyard. Again, thank you to all the people that make this happen in this fantastic facility, the volunteers, all the corner workers for keeping us safe, and just an absolute pleasure to be here on this spectacular weekend of racing. So thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Sounds great, Ken. Thank you. Have a great evening. And Ken Fengler making his way down to the podium with lots of podium presentations to make. Meanwhile, we will continue with the schedule here as we now have our stock car race coming up. That's the last of our SVRA races. And again, we're now about 20 minutes behind schedule. So we might be able to catch up just a little bit of time as these drivers making ready for their first feature race of the weekend. Always a crowd favorite with these stock cars blasting their way around the road course here. And then once that is over, we'll have the Ragtime Racers, the 1920 and earlier race cars, many of them built on the Ford Model T chassis, if you will, but a lot of different ones, race car names you've never heard of because those companies are long since gone. But getting all the cars into the podium is a bit of a traffic jam here as we've got like I say, 3 different waves of cars making their way into it. Great shots of the drivers climbing out of their International GT cars. You can tell by the Mission Foods banners across the top of the windshield. But again, we're doing our best to make up some lost time as we've had a couple of incidents that the track workers have had to clean up, which have put us a little bit behind schedule, but we appreciate your patience. Those of you in the paddock, once again, we're about a half an hour behind, so just bear that in mind as you're making your plans for the rest of the day, as we've got 3 more races to go. The stock car race coming up next, followed by the Ragtime Racers, and then the BMW Car Club of North America will do the finale for the day, for their sprint race. We didn't get a chance to acknowledge all the class winners from that last race. as Ken did a great job of recapping the International GT cars, but in the TA2 Club race, which was the second wave, John Atwell, your winner in the 02, Ethan Barker in the 07, finishing second, Edward Savagian finishing off the podium in the number 33 car. In the 10 GT4 category, Rich Marzial, this is the third wave, in the number 56 AMG by a lap over the rest of the field. The 27 Porsche of Manuel Gil de Real, and Rick Wolfser taking third place honors in the 10 GT4 class in the number 31 Chevy Camaro. And once again, we'd like to take an opportunity to thank the sponsors making the racing possible here and making it possible for us to bring you this stream from youtube.com/SpeedTour TV.
Road America Speed Tour returns to Road America June 28th through the 30th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Car. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do
John
not
Atwell,
want to miss the Road America
all the
Speed
way
Tour.
from
For
Texas.
tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
TA2 Club, which is kind of a new class for SVRA. How did Rob convince you to join this merry band of misfits called TA2 Club?
There's a lot of cars out there that really need to be running, and they're not, and they have aspirations of doing TA2 National. It's really a good proving ground to basically see whether, you know, what's it about, how to drive the cars without being in the middle of all that.
It's a good way. You were there. You were out in the middle of a bunch of IGT cars today. But we're going to put you up P1 on TA2 Club along with Ethan Barker. Did Ethan make it over here? The 07. Ethan, get over here. And where's Edward Savagian? I know I saw him back there as well. There's Edward. There's Ethan. Come on up, Ethan. Ethan, you look like the younger guy out of these two guys. How old are you?
I'm 18 years old, sir.
18. I know that's like a HIPAA problem. I shouldn't be at it. 17, Edward says. Edward's up there at P3. How do you like running these TA2 cars?
These cars are fast and have a lot of horsepower, and I love these cars.
They're great cars. You're joined up there with John Atwell and Edward Savagian. Go ahead and jump up P2. Edward, I kind of rushed you out of the car. Thank you for getting up here. Tell us a little bit about your race. A lot of traffic?
No, it was more lonely for me. Yeah, these guys just disappeared on me, so I kind of drove around there for a while, but it was fun, so thank you.
All right, we'll get a chance to do it again tomorrow. This is our TA2 Club, a new class in SVRA. It's a good-looking podium right there. Thank you, gentlemen. She has your $50 Summit certificates for you there as well. I'm going to try to get our 10 GT cars. Do I have Rick Wolfser? Rick, I didn't pronounce that very. How do you pronounce your last name? Wolfser. What'd you bring to the table in 10 GT?
It's a 2014 Howe TA2 car.
So these are TA2 cars that probably aren't current spec cars, but are historically significant cars. 10 GT. Oh, there goes our next burst of stack cars. All right, we'll put you up. Anybody you'd like to thank real quick?
My wife, Cheryl, Doc Holliday, my crewman, and my son, Luke, and Bruce Raymond for all the help he does.
Bruce Raymond, a great friend of the paddock. We'll put you up P3. Thank you, Rick. Manuel, where's Manuel? Did I get Manuel?
As our stock car race getting underway, and we understand they're all making their way out onto the track. Let's introduce them to you. We have 23 starters. Car number 6 is Steve Beck in the Ford Thunderbird. Car number 60, starting in row 11, is Brian Shafranek in a Roush Fenway Mustang. Next to him, the 14 of Ricky Knuckles in a Chevy Monte Carlo SS. In row 10, car 90 is Brent Bernath in a Ford Fusion NASCAR. and the 11A of Rick Frazier in a Ford Taurus. In row 9, car 40 is Dan Malloy in a Chevy Monte Carlo, and the 15 of Carlos Gann in a Ford Thunderbird. In row 8, we've got car 4, Scott Dolphy in a Chevy Silverado. Yes, we race trucks here too. Next to him, the 29 of Larry Hoopaw in a Chevy Impala. In row 7 is car 9, Scott Frazier in a Dodge Charger, and the 62 of Greg Richardson in a Chevy Camaro. In row 6, car 20, Claire Schwendeman in a Chevy Monte Carlo, and the 41 of Brian Norman aboard a Dodge Charger. In row 5, car 78 is Carter Bowles in a Chevy Monte Carlo, and the 15A of Rodney Reston in a Chevy Camaro Z01. Row 4 has the 43 of Christopher Evans in another Camaro Z01, and the 16 of Justin DeFore in a Ford. Moving up to row 3, car 29A is Samuel Lecomte. We saw him earlier in a Chevy Monte Carlo, and the 2 of Scott Hawley in a Penske Dodge. In row 2, car 48, Joseph Burke in a Chevy Monte Carlo, and the 87 of Camden Murphy in a Camry. And on the front row, car number 47, Joe Nemechek in a Toyota Camry, and the pole sitter, car number 6A, Ryan Gemmel in another Toyota Camry. Cars making their way onto the front straightaway here as Joe Nemechek and Ryan Gemmel side by side. As the revs come up, we wait for the green. And there it is. Gemmel and Nemechek side by side. Right behind them, the 48 of Joseph Burke. Gemmel with the jump. Burke down to the inside. There's Nemechek trying to go around the outside of him in the 47. Just behind them, Camden Murphy and Scott Hawley. And the number 2 Miller Light Livery machine. Field beginning to stretch it out just a little bit. Still some good side-by-side racing going on as they get them legged out here and onto the Holman Straight for the first time. Gemmel still out in front. There's Nemechek right behind him in the 48 of Burke. Ooh, and a car going wide there, back for 4th spot. We'll sort that out as they get back into our view. Gemmel in that number 6A, black and yellow Camry. As he gets on the brakes, down for turn number 12. Car's getting a little squirrely under braking. You can see Scott Hawley just up there behind Joseph Burke. The number 2 Miller machine, or the light machine, I guess, for want of a better term. And right behind him is the 29A of Samuel Lecomte. As across the line they come. Lecomte in the Goodwrench liveried machine, then the 16 of Justin DeFore. Christopher Evans in the 43, Brian Norman, Rodney Reston, and Claire Schwendeman, your top 10 after one lap. As front row Joe and the number 47. Bending it through turn 4, now into the chicane and onto the Holman Straight. Joseph Burke moving up in that Monte Carlo number 48 with the Lowe's livery into the 3rd position. Ryan Gemmel was quickest in qualifying, but only by a whisker. A little more than a whisker. It was almost a full second. A 28.9 for Gemmel. Nemechek was at a 29.9. Camden Murphy was just a whisker behind Joe Nemechek in that number 87. But he's dropped back just a bit. Camden Murphy is being shown as the driver of the 47, so he may have stepped in for Nemechek in this instance. So let's go with that. Camden Murphy aboard the number 47. Joseph Burke in the 48, the Lowe's car. Then Scott Hawley in the number 2 Penske Dodge. Samuel Lecomte in the Goodwrench number 29A. Justin DeFore in the 16. So apparently a driver change for that number 47 car of Joe Nemechek. Pretty good battle at the front. Those two beginning to put some distance between themselves and Joseph Burke. As Gemmel and Murphy out in front. At the line, it was almost 4 seconds back to the third place runner, Joseph Burke. And then another second and a half back to Scott Hawley. But Samuel Lecomte in the Goodwrench number 29A was breathing down his neck. As this first place battle, pretty good, about 5 car lengths, I would call it, as they make it through turn 13. Up onto the front straightaway. And here comes our third place runner, Joseph Burke in the Lowe's number 48. Then Scott Hawley. And a good race between Lecomte and Justin DeFore. Justin DeFore in the number 16 with the 3M livery. Brian Norman in the 41 Target car having a good battle with the 15A of Rodney Reston in the Skip Barber liveried machine. Keeping an eye on this first place battle as it stretched out just a little bit as Ryan Gemmel able to open up a little bit of a lead. And interesting, on the last lap, Camden Murphy was actually a little quicker as he set the fast lap of the race. But it looks like Gemmel has been able to draw away just a touch here. There's the Lecomte-DeFore battle. Scott Hawley in that number 2. It's turned into a pretty nice 3-way battle here between Scott Hawley, Samuel Lecomte, and Justin DeFore. Hawley in the 2, Lecomte in the 29A, DeFore in the 16. It's Light versus Goodwrench versus 3M in the battle of the liveries, at least. It's Ryan Gemmel hanging on to the lead, just over a second at the line. Camden Murphy getting a nice run down the Holman straight there. He's able to close up. I think that car's getting through the chicane maybe a little bit better, giving him a nice head start down that back straightaway. We'll see if Gemmel may be running out of tire just a little bit. Still got plenty of time left, almost 13 minutes. And it looks like Gemmel's car is fading just a bit because Murphy is really reeling him in here as they head through turn 12, now into 13. There's the Lowe's car of Burke, followed by Scott Hawley, Samuel Lecomte, and Justin DeFore. Those three have had a pretty good battle all race long. That's for 4th, 5th, and 6th on the screen. saw LeCompte in his Camaro in an earlier Group 6 race. Stepping into his stock car here. Going back just a little bit, following this battle, Brian Norman in the number 41, the Target liveried car, with Rodney Reston right behind him in the 15A with the Skip Barber Racing logo. And he really made up some ground as he was able to get through turn one much better than the 41 in front of him of Norman. Oh, there he goes, dives to the inside. Norman looks like that car may be going away from him just a little bit. Rodney Reston still side by side. He's going to have to shortcut the chicane there, as they could not go side by side through that very narrow chicane. So that moves Norman back to the front. This is the battle for 8th and 9th position. And not that far behind is the Home Depot number 20 of Claire Schwindeman. So it's a good 3-car battle now for 8th, 9th, and 10th. I'll tell you what, Rodney Reston is looking strong in that Camaro ZL1. We'll go back to the front, and that battle has shrunk as well. Gemmel and Murphy. Maybe a car length separating the two of them. There's the number 62 South Point car of Greg Richardson, running 11th right now. He started 13th, so he's picked up a couple spots, but here comes that battle with Brian Norman, Rodney Reston, and Claire Schwindeman. And steaming down the inside is the 20 of Claire Schwindeman, trying to make that pass, and we have a new leader, I think, as they've caught up to the back of some traffic. It looks like Camden Murphy has taken the lead. He has, with a lapped car just in front of them. I believe that's the number 11 that they're about to put a lap down. Rick Frazier in the number 11 Hooters labeled machine. So new leader coming to the stripe. Camden Murphy taking over the top spot. Quickly running down the number 6 of Steve Beck with the Valvoline livery, as Beck goes a lap down as well. Let's see if Gemmel can answer now that the 47 car of Murphy, I keep saying Nemechek because he's been in the car all weekend, as the 47 of Murphy has been able to take the lead. Let's see if he can hold it. And then a little shuffle here. As the 20 of Claire Schwindeman moving around. The 15. The target car still out in front. 41 of Brian Norman, but now Schwindeman up just behind him in 8th position. Rodney Reston in that Skip Barber number 15. And then the South Point car not that far behind him. Greg Richardson in the 62. Deeper in the pack, we go back to the number 60 of Brian Stefanik in the Fastenal liveried Roush Mustang. And he gets overhauled by the 43 of Christopher Evans. And Scott Dolphy in the pickup truck. number 4. Battling with the number 90 of Brent Bernath in the Ford Fusion with CTI Financial on the side. Brian Norman going a little wide at turn 1, opening the door for Schwendemann. This is the battle for 7th and 8th position, with Reston right there to pounce if they have a problem. And there goes Schwendemann diving down to the inside of Norman. Norman fighting back as they go to the chicane. They both have to shortcut the chicane to avoid collecting each other. Now Reston perhaps has a run on the two of them, as the white flag is in the air for Camden Murphy with Ryan Gemmel in second. And it looks like we've got a new 5th place car. Has that DeFore getting around the 48 of Joseph Burke. We'll see. That was Lecomte up into 3rd overall in the 29A. So Lecomte moves up to 3rd spot. Joseph Burke just behind him in the 48. As they're working out of 4. Meanwhile, back to the lead, Camden Murphy in the 47 after putting Ryan Gemmel behind him. Has gradually been able to pull away. Gemmel's certainly been game to close up on him, but not able to make up the ground that he lost. Camden Murphy taking over the 47 from Joe Nemechek. Coming onto the front straightaway. And the checkered flag awaits. There it is. Camden Murphy taking the win in the 47. Ryan Gemmel across the line in second. Now the battle a ways up the road. Samuel Lecomte had that 3rd spot battle behind him between Joseph Burke and Justin DeFore. Looks like it's going to go Burke's way. So Lecomte across the line in 3rd. Here comes Burke. He'll take 4th, then the 5th goes to Justin DeFore. The 11th car of John Miller, a lap down. We're watching for Christopher Evans in the 43. And there he goes across the stripe. Just behind him, the lapped car, the number 6 of Steve Beck. Claire Schwendemann able to hold off. No, he doesn't. Schwendemann gets past on the last lap. Ryan Norman takes over 7th, then Schwendemann. Rodney Reston 9th, and Greg Richardson brings it home in 10th spot. Larry Hoopa in the number 29, just behind him. Carlos Gann in the 15 car. Scott Frazier in the 9. Still on the lead lap. And on the last lap, the 4 of Dolphy gets around Dan Malloy. So Scott Dolphy in the truck comes home 14th. Dan Malloy in 15th in the number 40. Brent Bernath and Ricky Knuckles coming across the line in 16th and 17th. So Camden Murphy taking over the ride from Joe Nemechek, takes the win after a good early battle with Ryan Gemmel, eventually pulling away to a 3-second advantage. Samuel Lecomte some 20 seconds behind those two. So those two Camrys at the front, definitely the class of the field. These drivers making it into the podium just in time. Next up is a great treat, as we've got the Ragtime Racers coming up next. It's a little different from all the other classes here. These are pre-World War I, 1920 and earlier race cars. Some with familiar names, many not. But there's a recap of your top finishers in this race just concluded. The stock car race, Camden Murphy in the 47 over Ryan Gemmel by about 3 seconds. Samuel Lecomte in the third spot. Joseph Burke, Justin DeFore, Christopher Evans, Brian Norman, Claire Schwindeman, Rodney Reston, and Greg Richardson rounding out the top 10. As these cars, drivers climbing out of the cars, as we're still waiting for the rest of the field to make its way into Victory Circle. I think we're just going to do the top 3 here.
If you can hear my voice, you're about to see the culmination of a great day of SCCA and SVRA racing here at Indianapolis. The group that we're going to honor next is our Group 10 stock cars. Joe Niedemacek leading the way, leading the charge. Joe, how does it feel to have the loudest group out on the track? The IGT folks were here. They couldn't even do anything when you were going by.
It was good. This is such a fun place to come. Camden Murphy was driving my car. I give him the opportunity because his car broke in second round qualifying, and he needed something to drive, so I let him drive my car. And Ryan is in another one of my cars. He's running fast, and Sam Lecomte, he drives my truck sometimes, part-time driver, but he would run grand great today. I mean, him and Scott Holly were fixing to have a big battle, and he came out, so it's a good day.
Good day. We're going to get our SVRA awards out here first, and I think the rest of the crew is making their way here via any means possible. So let's do that first. Michelle is getting us put together. I believe, if I saw it correctly, we're going to have Sam P3. Now, you're running this stock car. You were just up here a little bit ago. Are you getting the Ironman Award? I'm going to have to start calling you, what's that guy's name? Travis.
I don't know about Ironman Award, but I tell you what, God's been good to me, and I'm blessed to do this. Camaro and then this Cup car. I bought the Cup car at Concierge Motorsports, but Nemechek sets him up, and him and I become buddies about 3 years ago, and the setup's unbelievable. And anybody out there has a stock car and need the setup, want to come up here to the podium, call Joe. Or call myself, but we had a good time. It was a real good time.
Excellent. We'll put you up P3 here on 10 stock car. That's Sam Lecomte. Ryan Gemmel, we heard about him. Ryan, bringing it home. Tell us a little bit about the race car that you're racing in.
Well, my race car is really good. The driver needs to learn a few things, but no, that was super fun. I mean, it's always fun racing with Camden, and I wish Joe could have been out there too. It's always fun battling with the home crew.
This is really a fun addition to this weekend as we welcome the Ragtime Racers onto the racetrack, as these are 1920 and earlier race cars. And we've got a number of Ford-based racers, which are basically Model T-based cars for the most part. We have a Lexington, we have a Locomobile, we have a Hall Scott, We have a Rio, a Packard, a Romano Sturdivant, a Buick, a National, a Hudson, a Duesenberg, and an EMF. And if some of those names don't sound familiar, it's because those are companies that long gone, obviously. But that was back in the days when there was a automobile manufacturer on just about every corner of a city like Indianapolis. The Lexington Motor Company was founded in Lexington, Kentucky, and a year later moved into Indiana. Ford, of course, building 15 million Model Ts over the course of its run. And it certainly was not very long after they became popular that I think the old adage is that the first motor race or automobile race came when the second automobile was built. So this is a pretty good indication. These drivers racing these cars predominantly on ovals, many times at the local fairgrounds on a horse racing track or a board track. And, of course, some of them made it all the way to the Indianapolis 500 and raced when the Brickyard was a Brickyard back in the early days. So it's fitting that they're back with us on this 2024 edition. That blue 21 is the Hudson of Frank Walka behind the wheel of that one. Most of these cars with two passengers, if you will, the driver and the riding mechanic. As the green flag flies and the Hudson is out in front. Right behind him, the 20 of Frank Zucchi, and the National Indy Racer. That silver number 9 is an eye catcher, Sean DeLuna, in that Hall Scott with a 9.9 liter inline 4 aircraft engine built on a Rio chassis with that custom bodywork. So it looks like we have a new leader. The blue 20 of Frank Zucchi and the National has taken over the front from the 21 of Frank Walka in the Hudson. But every one of these cars unique, and if you're here at the facility, it's a great opportunity to see them up close. They're all paddocked together right here at the foot of the pagoda, and you can swing by, and these crews and owners are very anxious to talk about these cars and their racing history. Many of them are barn finds, literally, in some cases one of the cars was used on a farm as a farm wagon, basically, for one of our hauling produce, and a loving owner got it and has rebuilt it into its racing glory. The number 15 car coming by Chip Wright in that Rio. Purposely kept as original as possible. A couple good battles here. The number 4 yellow car is Ed Archer in that Model T-based machine. On the outside there, working around the yellow number 20 of Mark Edwards in his Ford-based entry. The venerable Model T, as we talked about, the basis of a lot of these Ford-powered cars. The 4-cylinder, 177 cubic inch power plant from the Model T, the basis for the hot rodding of this era. And the body work, or the lack of it, make the cars as light as possible. And the riding mechanic is not just there as a passenger. You'll find the riding mechanic has got a job to do, usually to pump up the fuel pressure. There's usually a hand pump on the side of the car that the riding mechanic has to pump like a bicycle pump from time to time to keep the fuel pressure up. Same thing with the oil. And, of course, the riding mechanic is there if there's a breakdown or a flat tire to help the driver get the car back underway. And it was during this era when riding mechanics were the order of the day. Solo drivers, if you'll remember the first Indy 500 that Ray Haroon won, he decided to dispense with the riding mechanic and invented the rear view mirror because he didn't have a riding mechanic to keep an eye on the cars around him. So he popped a mirror up on the cowling of that Marmon Wasp and raced the car without the riding mechanic. So that was back in the era when riding mechanics were very much the norm. And eventually, of course, they went by the wayside as the cars got more reliable. But this one-lap exhibition coming to a conclusion as the checkered flag flies on these cars. We don't have timing and scoring per se because this is an exhibition, not a race. But all of these cars beautifully turned out. See the number 33 comes by. Beautiful brass work on that car. The Duesenberg of Brian Blaine. Richard Pappy and the other number 33, the 1911 EMF that finished first, second, and third in its first trophy race, the Titleman Trophy. So many of these cars taking advantage of the aircraft power plants, that Romano Sturdivant, a Sturdivant aircraft engine in it, the number 18. Dan Ursig comes by in that green 1917 Ford Racer. There's the number 7, Charles Test, in his 1920 Lexington. Company eventually bought out by Auburn back in 1927. The yellow 20 of Mark Edwards and his 1920 Ford comes by the line. We had a chance to, our crew from Live Race Services had a chance to talk to some of these drivers talking about their class of cars. Let's hear from them now.
My name is Brian Blaine. I'm here with the Ragtime Racers, a group of pre-1920 race cars, creating what we call race exhibitions where we show people what racing looked like 100 years ago. The cars are all original race cars. We wear original clothing, coveralls that they wore back in the day, leather helmets, goggles, and go out on the track and show people what racing looked like 100 years ago. Most of us had been vintage racing in the past, and some of us for many years. And the really old cars, which, you know, the pre-World War I cars we refer to them as, were usually thrown in with cars much newer, sometimes as new as in the 50s. And they would call it a pre-war class, which is basically 1946 and earlier. And the problem that we ran into was that, you know, you've got cars that can't do over 50, 60 miles an hour, and you've got cars that are doing 160 miles an hour. And so we decided to organize a group so that we're only the pre-1920 cars, and we do our thing as a race exhibition. So we don't wear modern helmets, we don't wear fireproof clothing, we wear the leather helmets and goggles. The car can't have any improvements on it that weren't available in 1920. So if a turbocharger was invented after 1920, you can't put a turbocharger on it. And the cars are as close to original racing condition as we can make them. This is a 1912 Packard. We think this is the oldest Packard race car that still exists in the world. It was found in Argentina back in 1950, and the fellow that bought it started to collect the parts necessary to make it into a street car, and spent 50 years literally gathering up parts, but he never finished putting it together. This was the beginning. You know, this was the embryo of racing that we have today. Not just the cars, but the technology and the drivers and the learning curve that they all had to go through. It's a part of our history that has, you know, almost gotten entirely lost until we started bringing these cars out so that people could see them again and hear them and smell them. And I mean, there's nothing like the sound of a 450 cubic inch 4-cylinder engine with pistons as big as coffee cans, you know, burning castor oil. You know, there's just nothing like it.
Thanks so much for that inside story from the folks that make the Ragtime Racers possible. And for those of you watching us on the stream, that's going to be the end of the day for us today. There is one more event today that we're not carrying on the stream, but we appreciate you being with us. So plan to be with us tomorrow morning. We're going to kick off at 8 o'clock with a 1-hour enduro for International GT and the Group 10 cars. So the TA2 Club cars and the rest of the 10 GTs will be out there as well. Ken Fengler will be joining me on the call at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then we'll have just a brief break before we join our SVRA feature race agenda once again at 9:30 with groups 1 and 3 and 4, and then throughout the rest of the day all the way down to the final sprint race at 4:20 tomorrow afternoon. So I'd like to give personal thanks to the folks at Live Race Services for doing a great job, great camera work. It's great to have these folks on board and bring this stream to you. But until tomorrow morning, we urge you to join us then. Those of you here at the track, stand by. There's one more race to go, and we'll cover that for you from our vantage point. So join us on youtube.com/SpeedTourTV tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Until then, I've been John Phippen. Thanks, and we'll see you down the road.